각국이 함께하는 동아시아 철도 공동체를 제안합니다.
Welcome to East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. Good morning, my name is Kim Se-jin, MC of the opening session. It's a pleasure to meet you all. First, allow me to extend my gratitude to all those who have joined us at the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021 despite the long travel. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Before we kickstart the forum, allow me to introduce the VIPs. Please stand up when I call out your names and please give them a big hand. Honorable Hwang Sung-kyu, Second Vice Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. Please give him a big hand. Chairman Moon Jung-in of the Sejong Institute. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Chairman Park Jong-soo of the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation. Professor Kim Hyun-chol of Inje University. Chair Professor Choi Wan-gyu of Shinhan University. CEO Na Hee-seung of Korail. Chairman Kim Han-young of Korea National Railway. Dr. Oh Jae-hak, President of the Korea Transport Institute. Last but not least, Director Han Seok-yoon of Korea Railroad Research Institute. Thank you very much for traveling a long way to grace us with your presence, and thank you for joining us despite your very busy schedules. This forum seeks to explore possible economic cooperation in East Asia with a focus on the rail transport sector and ultimately bring multilateral peace and security in the region. The forum will discuss what needs to be done to promote prosperity and peace in Northeast Asia, starting with EARC initiative, which was unveiled in 2018 and engages 6 Northeast Asian countries and the US. In addition, the forum encourages participants to reaffirm mutual commitment to EARC and its action plans to lay a stepping stone to the initiative. Just as the European coal and steel community evolved into the European Union, the East Asia Railroad community will bring an economic community to life by leveraging the regional rail network and will serve as an entry point to multilateral peace and security system in East Asia. The morning session consists of the opening session, the keynote speech of Chairman Moon Jung-in, and a talk between Professor Kim Hyun-chol, Professor Choi Wan-gyu, and Chairman Park Jong-soo of the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation. During the afternoon session, 6 presenters from Korea, the US, China, Japan, Russia, and Mongolia will offer local perspectives to EARC by presenting on why EARC is needed and what the action plans are. A panel discussion will follow the presentations. So please stay with us throughout the end of the forum. We will now officially begin the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. Today's opening ceremony will officially begin with the opening remark, which will be followed by 5 congratulatory remarks by representatives from international organizations and related countries to congratulate the EARC's first international forum. For those who are unable to join us in person, have sent us video messages or will be joining us virtually, then we will now invite Second Vice Minister Hwang Sung-kyu of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea for the opening remark.
Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hwang Sung-kyu, Vice Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea. Dear representatives and members of the international organizations joining us today, sharing the vision for the East Asia Railway Community Initiative, EARC, and those participating with interest in the EARC, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and welcome to you. In addition, I would like to thank all the speaker and panelist experts for joining us today. Although we cannot all meet in person due to the COVID-19, it is indeed very meaningful to have an opportunity to discuss the East Asian Railway Community Initiative, although virtually. As you are well aware, the East Asian Railway Community Initiative was proposed by President Moon Jae-in in his Liberation Day speech on August 15, 2018. This initiative is to cooperate with 6 East Asian countries and the United States to connect the south and north of the Korean Peninsula by rail and connect East Asia and Europe to realize an economic and energy community in the region and develop it into a peace and security regime. We have already witnessed the achievements of co-prosperity and political stability in countries in the region through region-centered economic cooperation in many parts of the world. Now, it is time for East Asia to connect the region as one through railroads and achieve win-win prosperity. A train departing from Busan will run on the Eurasian continent. A daily trip will be possible for you to have breakfast in Busan and dinner in Vladivostok or Harbin. Regions and related industries connecting along the railroad tracks where passengers and logistics travel will face a new turning point in terms of economic development. Exchange and cooperation through railway platforms will naturally advance the era of carbon neutrality and can lead to strengthening the foundation for cooperation at the political, cultural, and security levels. The Korean government is making multifaceted efforts to turn such expectations into reality. President Moon Jae-in presented the East Asian Railway Community Initiative himself at the UN General Assembly and the G20 Summit. Experts from related countries have conducted joint research and held international seminars, exerting continued efforts to build a global consensus on the matter. However, due to the influence of the COVID pandemic, the East Asian Railway Community Initiative is still in its infancy. We once again realize that the successful promotion of the EARC with the efforts of individual countries alone was impossible. In order for the EARC to be completed, first of all, there should be a consensus on the need for cooperation among the participating countries. This is because the EARC should not be a community led by any one country, but a venue of harmony where participating countries bloom various exchanges and cooperations on an equal footing. I hope today's international forum will be a valuable opportunity to share each other's thoughts and expand our consensus on the concerns and benefits that each country can enjoy through the EARC. I truly hope Today's forum will result in more active discussions and research on the goal of railroads in East Asia, and I promise to reflect your insights in the process of developing and materializing the EARC initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening speech. Thank you, Vice Minister. Next, we will hear congratulatory remarks. First, Mr. Miroslav Antonovich, Chairman of the OSJD Committee, has sent us a message. Please turn your attention to the screen. Distinguished guests, good morning. I would like to thank Minister No Hyung-uk of MOLIT for inviting me to the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. Thank you for having me today. I also congratulate the organizers for putting this meaningful event together. The East Asia Railway Community was born out of a strong commitment to sustain interregional cooperation to achieve economic growth and peace in East Asia through railway projects. Some may say that this approach is premature. However, I believe that this is a matter we urgently need to address to contribute to the development of East Asia. This June, the Organization for Cooperation of Railways, OSJD, celebrated its 65th anniversary. In the course of OSJD development, significant events and changes took place not only within the organization, but also throughout the economic and geopolitical landscape of Eurasia. OSJD brings together countries with diverse histories, cultures, and social backgrounds. As the head of the OSJD committee, I was able to see firsthand that railways are a common language and a source of peace and prosperity that connects different countries. As the name suggests, OSJD upholds a principle that hasn't changed since its inception, that is, cooperation. Cooperation here refers to cooperation that continues even in the face of political or economic crisis. Amidst COVID-19, cooperation paid off. From the early days of the pandemic, thanks to the activities and support of member countries, OSJD was able to carry out rail transport development and modernization projects as scheduled. I am delighted and grateful for the efforts made by Korea to join OSJD. The Republic of Korea became a member in 2018. During the following 4 years, a number of joint projects were carried out, which contributed to the development of railways not only on the Korean peninsula, but also across all OSJD member countries. And we would like to thank Korea for that. We still need to go a long way to achieve our mission. However, it is with great pleasure to announce the kickoff of the East Asia Railway Community International Forum today. I hope that you can get much insight from the conference. Thank you very much.
Yes, so That was a call for cooperation for all the participating countries for the EARC. Now I'd like to invite Mr. François Daven, Director General of the Union of International Railways, for his congratulatory remarks on screen.
Bagatsumidas. I have the honor to be with you for the first time, even if the International Union of Railways UIC has been a regular supporting non-governmental organization of the EARC initiative since 2018. I'm François Daven, the Director General of UIC. I would like to express my deepest congratulations for holding the East Asian Railway Community International Forum new edition in December 2021. I would like to thank Mr. No Young-wook, the Minister of Land Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea, for inviting me to this meaningful event. I think that the East Asian Railway Community is a very challenging initiative to expand the railway network in Eastern Asia and to bring benefits in terms of peace, security and economic stability to many people in the region. Though the most sustainable mode of transport that we have just demonstrated at COP26, we also think that the establishment of international standards for railways in the EARC corridor will help unity and efficiency. A railroad is not just a line. There are tracks, trains, goods and people on the line wishing to reach the SDG goals. We believe that railroads are spaces that connect people, regions and countries and allow them to cooperate with each other. East Asian Railway Community can be one of the first initiatives connecting the Eastern Asian region and furthermore the Eurasian continent with the Pacific Ocean. Today we know the European Union is a model for international cooperation in the area. However, Europe has to overcome the wound of war and conflict unit until it becomes a single space. Yet it requires bold and enterprising initiative and action. I wish the relative little market share of railroad will grow and develop cooperation in Eastern Asia. As a person who works for railroad for so many years and Director General of UIC since 2019, we will actively support the future of EARC and the expansion of railway network in all Eastern Asia. Once again, congratulations on hosting the forum today. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Yes, railways are not just lines, it connects people. So thank you very much for that inspiring message. Thank you for that message. Next, we will hear from Mr. Basanjov, head of UNESCAP East and Northeast Asia Office. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UNESCAP, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to congratulate the Republic of Korea for convening the first international forum for East Asia Railway Community. This milestone, bringing together member countries on a regular platform to engage on railway cooperation, comes at an opportune time. We know of the challenges which emerged during the COVID-19 pandemic on maintaining seamless and safe cross-border connectivity. And we have seen the critical role which the railway sector has played to minimize the disruptions, especially considering land and road border closures. The theme of the first forum, which is beginning the journey towards the East Asia Railway Community, is on point in highlighting that community building is indeed a journey. And for the seven like-minded countries who are a part of this initiative, ROK, DPRK, China, Japan, Russian Federation, Mongolia, and the United States, the journey is fueled by unwavering, strong political commitment to carry out the roadmap towards community building. During the 73rd United Nations General Assembly in September 2018, President Moon Jae-in requested support and cooperation for the East Asian Railroad community to realize the UN spirit of multilateralism and shared prosperity. From our side of the table, here in ESCAP, we reiterate our commitment to work with you all in this spirit of multilateralism. Connectivity in line with sustainable development is a key component of ESCAP's work in the Asia-Pacific region. And all the 6 East Asian members of the East Asian Railroad community are signatories to the Intergovernmental Agreement on Trans-Asian Railway Network facilitated by ESCAP. Once again, I wish to congratulate the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of Korea on the launch of the first international forum for East Asia Railway Community. I'm deeply encouraged with the prospects and opportunities of cooperation through this platform, and we stand ready in our partnership to work with you. Thank you.
네, 네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Yes, please give a big hand.
네, 오늘이 동아시아 철도 공동체 첫 번째
Yes, today we're holding the first East Asia Railway Community International Forum, and thank you very much, head of the UNESCAP EARC office. Now I'd like to invite Sergei Vinogradov, the General Director of the Scientific Research Institute of Railway Transport of Russia.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. От имени научно-исследовательского института железнодорожного транспорта
On behalf of the Russian Railway Research Institute, I am honored and delighted to welcome today all the participants, guests, and organizers of the first International Forum for East Asia Railway Community.
дает нам прекрасную возможность обсудить
The meeting gives us a valuable opportunity to discuss cooperation in East Asia region. Nowadays, the East Asia is one of the high dynamic freight transport centers. Ensuring permanent and secure supply chains of delivery is a serious challenge and strategic objective not only for the businesses but also for the research society. The topic of the first international forum is beginning the journey towards the East Asia Railway Community. I sincerely hope that this journey will be very much productive and will lead to the strengthening of mutually beneficial and multifaceted cooperation between the railway companies of our countries. Our institute has a long and successful history of cooperation with the colleagues from the Korean Railway Science. We are certainly interested in the continuing of our joint projects. I have no doubt in mind that today's meeting is one more step towards more sustainable, safe, modern, and comfortable development of our international transport. Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 해서 총
Yes, so we heard 4 video messages. Thank you very much for the congratulatory remarks. Last but not least, we will welcome Deputy Administrator Liu Kechang of State Railway Administration of China for his remarks.
Your Excellency Deputy Minister Huang Zhenggui, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, it gives me great pleasure to attend online the first International Forum of East Asia Railway Community organized by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of the Republic of China. Let me begin by extending, on behalf of National Railway Administration of China and our Administrator Niu Zhenfang, and also in my own name, warm congratulations on the convening of the forum and cordial greetings to all participants. Transportation is the artery of the economy, while railway is the skeleton of transportation. The International Forum of East Asia Railway Community provides railways in East Asia countries a new platform for experience sharing, exchanges, and mutual learning, which will further benefit regional railway connectivity and promote regional economic development and people's livelihood improvement. The 19th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has just convened 6th plenary session, during which a review of party's major achievements and historical experiences over the past century was released. Under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, Chinese Railway has achieved remarkable results. By the end of 2020, The total operation mileage of Chinese railways have reached 146,000 kilometers, of which the high-speed railways have reached 38,000 kilometers. China has generally established a railway network with well-built structure, wide coverage, well arrangement, safe and efficient operation. We have built a high-speed railway technology system with proprietary intellectual property rights in the field of project construction, equipment manufacturing, and operation management, which highly improves railway transport capacity, service quality, and safety level. At present, once in a central pandemic is still widespread all over the world, railway is playing an important role in fighting against the pandemic, especially China Railway Express, considered steel camel caverns, have maintained safe, stable, convenient, and efficient operation day and night across the Europe and Asia continent under the joint efforts of each country along the lines carrying epidemic prevention and production supplies to help the resumption of work and production, and maintain the stability of the global industry and the supply chain, which fully shows the tenacity and vitality of railway cooperation between countries. China is willing to share its new experiences and opportunities during Chinese railways development and advocate under the framework of uphold open interplay and enhance collectivity, uphold common development and promote fairness and inclusiveness, uphold innovation-driven approach and create more drivers for development, uphold ecological conservation as priority and pursue green and low-carbon development, uphold materialism and improve global governance. We should strengthen railway interactions and cooperation to actively promote both hard collectivity of infrastructure and soft collectivity institutions and rules. Adhere to the principle of wide consultation during construction and shared benefits, with joint efforts of fellows from all countries. At last, we would like to express my sincere appreciation to our Korean colleagues for your efforts in holding this forum. Let me wish you all good health and happy work. Wish you full success to this forum.
네, 바쁘신 와중에도 이렇게 직접 인사를 건네주신
Yes, thank you very much for that remark. Please give him a big hand.
다음 식순을 진행하기에 앞서 잠시 자리를
Now we will take a short moment before moving on to the next session.
정리해 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
And we will see you in a while.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the keynote address and presentation. And the title will be East Asian Railway Community, A New Horizon for Peace and Prosperity in East Asia. It will be presented by Chairman Moon Jung-in of Sejong Institute. He's going to present to you the role and the prospects for EARC. Please welcome Chairman with a big hand.
Hello, everyone. Most of the audience are Korean, so I should be speaking in Korea, but my material is in English, so I'll speak in English.
It is my great honor and pleasure to give a keynote speech today. Many people may wonder that why I should give a keynote speech at this conference. 2004 and 2005, I served as the chairman of the Presidential Commission on Northeast Asian Cooperation Initiative. While I was serving as the chairman of that commission, I initiated all this East Asian railroad network idea, along with Dr. Nahi Sung. At the time, he was loaned out to our commission as a specialist on railroad networks. Since then on, I had a keen interest in railroad connections, particularly Trans-Siberian railroad networks, as well as the Trans-China railroad networks. The reason is very simple. In the past, Korea was a bridge linking the continent and the ocean. That is the advantage of the peninsula. But since the beginning of Cold War, the peninsula was divided, and South Korea has become an island, in a sense. But since the days of President Roh Tae-woo, who proposed the Nord Politique, we have been trying to connect the railroad with the continent, and particularly Trans-Siberian networks and Trans-China railroad networks. And particularly, President Kim Dae-jung proposed the idea of Iron Silk Road, emphasizing the importance of railroad connection. Because a lot of Koreans had built a dream that if we take a railroad in Seoul, we can go all the way to Beijing and all the way to Moscow and all the way to European cities. But because of Cold War, we were blocked. Then President Roh Moo-hyun worked very hard to push for the idea. President Moon Jae-in kind of inherited President Roh Moo-hyun's idea of Northeast Asia Cooperation Initiative. As Chairman Park Jong-soo has been leading the project, President Moon Jae-in has been paying great attention to idea of opening the new horizon of cooperation with the continent, within the framework of new northern policy initiative. And particularly on August 15, 2018, President Moon proposed the East Asian Railroad Community at his National Independence Day speech. And the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport initiated an extensive study on the feasibility of East Asian railroad community idea. And also at the China-Japan ROK Business Summit, which was held in Chengdu in China on December 21st, 2019, President Moon re-emphasized the importance of East Asian railroad community as a stepping stone toward an East Asian energy and economic community and a new peace and security regime in the region. The East Asian Railroad Community can be seen as a parallel to Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, as well as Japan's Indo-Pacific Initiative. Then what is East Asian Railroad Community? All the speakers have been talking about the East Asian Railroad Community. It is an intergovernmental cooperative organization in East Asia to promote economic exchange and cooperation, as well as to enhance peace and security through the medium of railway connectivity. Member states of the community include 2 Koreas, China, Japan, Russia, Mongolia, Central Asian countries, and ASEAN members, geographically speaking. But functionally, it is not limited to those countries. The United States and other countries which are interested in the community will be more than welcomed. And East Asian Railroad Community is not limited to railroad infrastructure and development and connection, but also extended to the construction of complex transport systems linking port and logistic networks, and also it aims at fostering regional integration and common prosperity. Then what are the expected roles of East Asian Railroad Community? Its role involves co-sharing policy ideas and promoting policy cooperation and coordination. And also it aims at institutionalizing transport cooperation and facilitating and mobilizing investment. It also tries to ensure banking and financial support. We need the money to build the railroad infrastructure. And also it attempt to activate the human and technical exchange and cooperation. Then what will be the major project of East Asian Railroad Community? Obviously, the most important project would be East Asia high-speed railroad networks. TCL, TSL would belong to this category. And also East Asia logistic railroad networks, East Asian corridor of international railway complex, networking with port systems, and logistic complex, special economic zones, and free trade areas along railroad networks. As you know, as one of our congratulatory speakers underscored, the railroad is not simply a line. It is complex, involving logistics and trade and economic cooperation. Then why do we need the East Asian Railroad Community? Obviously, we hope that we can overcome the continental maritime divide along the Korean Peninsula, which is the old relic of the Cold War system. As well as it aims at opening new horizons of prosperity by tapping into the northern frontiers, Siberia, Mongolia, Chinese northeastern region, and Central Asia. And also we need the East Asia Railroad Community to facilitate functional spillover effects on economic, social, and cultural arenas, as well as to reduce geopolitical tension and to serve as the medium of confidence building and peace building in the region. Then what is the present status of the community idea? It is, as Vice Minister Huang pointed out, it is at the stage of idea generation and idea sharing among members of the community. And also it aims at proposing the International Forum on the East Asian Railroad Cooperation. In fact, today's conference marks the first East Asian Railroad Community International Forum. And also, it has proposed a joint research group to study the feasibility of East Asian Railroad Community Initiative. Generally speaking, the East Asian Railroad Community idea is at the preliminary stage, or as the theme of today's conference indicates, it will be the beginning of the long journey toward the East Asian Railroad Community building. Then what are opportunities and constraints surrounding the idea? I think the most important barrier is inter-Korean relations. without passing through North Korea, we cannot reach Siberia, we cannot reach China. The railroad cooperation with North Korea will be the most vital to this project. But because of pandemic, because of stalemate in the nuclear negotiation, North Korea has not been opening its border to us. North Korea has not been communicating with South Korea. Okay. As former unification minister Kim Yeon-chul, initiated, we had even, had a ceremony to reconnect the railroad in Panmunjom, in Kaesong, just 2.5 years ago. But we have not been able to make any further progress. Therefore, North Korean factor has been major barrier to this railroad reconnection project. And also then it has something to do with the United States. The United States and North Korea have not been making any progress toward the resolution of North Korean nuclear issues. And North Korea has been the United States has been continuing the sanction in North Korea. North Korea regarded as an indication of hostile intent and policy on North Korea. Therefore, the American factor is another important barrier. Okay, and also, if we really concretize this East Asian railroad community, it will be linked to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. But the United States has been somewhat critical of Belt and Road Initiative. Therefore, that can pose a major political barrier to this project. Japan welcomes the idea, but its stance on China and North Korea could serve as pose a major barrier. China, Russia, Mongolia, and Central Asian states generally support the East Asian railroad community. Another big issue is lack of domestic consensus on this idea, because this kind of mega project requires domestic consensus building. And I still wonder whether South Korea is ready for that kind of consensus building to initiate and sustain this kind of mega project. And also there are some technical barriers, such as the difference in railway gauge, but that can be relatively easily overcome. But the critical obstacles will be worsening inter-Korean relations and geopolitical confrontation between China and the United States. Perhaps that is why I'm international relations specialist. The organizers invited me to give a keynote speech because of geopolitical the challenges facing the East Asian railroad community. Then what should be done? I think today's conference is a very, very important and significant step forward. Okay? It is really first step toward the long journey into the construction of East Asian railroad community. But what is really important is how to form and sustain knowledge community. In our scholarly jargon, it is called epistemic community. And given the nature of congratulatory remarks coming from China, Russia, and international organizations, clearly show that our Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport have been forming these kinds of knowledge community and knowledge networks. Therefore, in the sense, I would really would like to give a very positive assessment of current efforts by the ministry. And also, in order to build this kind of community, we need establish multiple channels of communication and consultation. Obviously, this community should be track one, intergovernmental organization. But in order to have intergovernmental organization, they got to be very active networking among 1.5, track 1.5 organizations, as well as track two, non-governmental organizations. And also, this kind of project requires enormous financial investment. Therefore, it is essential for us to mobilize the domestic, regional, and international support. And also, South Korea should be a provider of public goods in creating and sustaining this kind of community, because South Korea is the initiator. Therefore, South Korea should provide the public goods and serve as a kind of knowledge and human hub, human networking hub. Okay? Therefore, there is a central role of the South Korean government in engineering this project. But given all these kinds of the barriers and others, the most important thing is that we need the highest level of political talks. Okay. Therefore, I would like to propose that the Northeast Asian or East Asian Transport and Logistics Summit, because that can serve as a very ideal venue. Because as you can see, particularly China, North Korea, and Russia, without highest level political leaders' commitment, nothing can be done. Okay. Therefore, one way of doing it is to organize the highest level of the summit level the meetings to foster this kind of East Asian railroad community. And also, I would like to emphasize one important thing is making small successes at the beginning is very, very important. So far, we have been talking about the discourses, ideas, but we haven't produced any small successes. I still remember going to Kaesong with Minister Kim Yeon-chul and putting the nails along the railroad connection between the north and the south. That was very meaningful, but we couldn't make any further progress after that ceremony. But again, we need to make some successes in North-South Korean railroad connection, because U.S. State Department cleared the sanctions on the railroad connection. Therefore, if North Korea comes out, we can easily initiate that one. Therefore, we need to have that kind of small successes. Another one is the railroad connection between Hassan and Najin and Hassan would be another good project, because we have done extensive study on that project, and our government is willing to provide with willing to come up with financial and technical support for that project. Given all these kinds of things, I think the East Asian railroad community idea is a great idea, and they can really serve as a catalyst for fostering East Asian economic integration, and which in turn lead to the common peace and prosperity in the region. Therefore, I strongly argue that we should work together to initiate and push for the realization of East Asian railroad community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Moon, for the keynote speech, which is about to opening new horizons for East Asia Railway community. Thank you very much. Can you please give him another big round of applause? So this is the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. This forum is being broadcast live from the Dragon City Hotel and streamed live on YouTube. To bring the vision of EARC to reality, MOLIT launched an international seminar in 2019 to present EARC to stakeholders and show commitment to cooperation. Building on these efforts, the forum also signed a memorandum of understanding for business. And today's international forum has also brought together experts from different countries to talk about EARC and peace and security in the region. Now we will begin the talk. I would like to invite Chairman Moon, Professor Kim Yeon-chul, Professor Choi Wan-gyu, and Chairman Park Jong-soo to the stage for the talk. Please give them a big hand.
네, 이사장님.
Yes, the floor is yours, Chairman Moon. Yes, it feels like, I am all over the place. I just delivered the keynote speech and now I have to moderate the talk. So I'm doing a one-man show. So next to me is Chairman Park Jong-soo. Please give him a big hand. And we also have with us Professor Kim Hyun-chul. And he served as the Minister of Unification before, so please give him a big hand. And we also have with us President Choi Wan-gyu, who is a renowned expert on North Korea. And he has been leading many different private projects between the two Koreas. Please give him a big hand. So, Chairman Park, in 2004 and 2005, I was leading the Committee for Northeast Asia Cooperation Project. And at the time, we talked about leveraging the power of railroads. But then now, as I said during my keynote speech, we need Trans-Siberian network, so we need to collaborate with Russia. And what's the progress so far under the Moon Jae-in administration?
In 2017, in September, President Moon Jae-in, during the Northern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, he declared about the new Northern policy, and he mentioned about the Line Bridge project. And one of that is TSR and TKR connection project. So new Northern policy and its underlying principle is a little bit different from the existing one, in that we do not take into consideration North Korean factor. We're going to independently cooperate with the northern countries. That was the concept of President Moon's initiative. The same goes for the railroad connection project. But as you may well know, we could not take into consideration the North Korean factor because up until that time, yes, I also thought that the EARC would be feasible when President Moon talked about it during his liberation speech. But, I do acknowledge the fact that there's not been much progress. And actually, we are in consultation with Russia regarding TSR and TKR project. Yeah, so TSR is about, so what's the line about TSR? So between Russia and North Korea, there are ongoing negotiations, a cooperation going on. In April 2019, so Kim Jong-un, when he visited Vladivostok, Putin said this during the press conference. North Korea and Russia have built integrated gas and railroad network, and South Korea has to join the network, and the decision is up to South Korea to make, and that is what Putin mentioned during the press conference. So in that sense, I believe that North Korea and Russia are having dialogue in renovating the railroads and the rail tracks. And last October, I visited the Hasan region, and I met with Nasong Contrans Ivan Dongkyu, who is the CEO of the company leading the Najin Hasan project. And I asked him what's the progress, and he answered that if the COVID eases down, then we'll be able to actually transport freight from Seoul to Vladivostok to other parts of Russia.
Next, Mr. Kim Hyun-chul, we also visited the place together. And we actually participated in one of the groundbreaking ceremonies as well. And we thought that it would make progress, but then it did not, especially under you. And of course, overall, there were some landscape going on. But what about inter-Korean rail projects? It's quite tough, and we have to take into account several factors. And after the failure of Hanoi summit, then now the two Koreas have entered a phase of tension. And in 2018, I'm sure that many of you visited the place to make the inter-Korean rail project feasible. However, we were not able to follow up. And as Chairman Moon said, at the end of the day, EARC vision requires inter-Korean rail connection. And that is the precondition. We need to make progress on that. So given that, well, I said this the other time as well. Of course, we need to look far away, but why not take small steps first? And from that perspective, I believe that the Gyeonggi line, there is this Saton bridge. And back in 2003, construction was complete. It's been 20 years. Which is why the bridge requires repair and follow up. And there are some people who participated in the groundbreaking ceremony back in the days. And at the time, we traveled over Saton Bridge. And at the time, I said, well, this is where we should begin. Because railways are not subject to sanctions, and this is DMZ, which means that it is exempt from sanctions, and we could at least ask for that. I know that we face many challenges given the landscape, and we are faced with many complexities. However, we need to show determination for EARC so that OSJD member countries can also support and endorse our projects. However, they were not that interested back then. And the same goes for today as well. It's not about the far future, the long-term vision. We have to focus on what we can do right now, which will be the shortcut to realizing our dreams. Now, Mr. Park, well, this new northern policy is that even if it doesn't work with the north, let's say that gas or electricity does not work, but then we can still work with Russia or China. But then how realistic is that? Without the help of North Korea, without going through and traversing North Korea, can we cooperate with Russia and China? How realistic is this? So maybe Mr. Kim, you can go first, and then Mr. Park, you can go next. What about you? Well, North Korea, be it gas or railways, we need to travel on bridges. Bridges are what connect the two Koreas. So now, when it comes to bridges, what are we going to do with that? Well, if we think about rail, the two Koreas may have different positions. So when it comes to modernization, well, some say that inter-Korean projects are needed or cooperation are needed. Others say that we need to take this on an international level. And while OSJD members are sometimes required to join such effort, sometimes there are people who ask the help and support of China and North Korea. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the northern policy in terms of economic policies and so on, it really hinges upon the progress and advances in the inter-Korean relations. So yes, I get that.
So as Chairman Moon said, you mentioned about adding port to Trans-East Asian Railroad, and I do concur with your idea. Of course, we have to go from South Korea to North Korea to Siberia, China, and then go to Europe. That will be ideal. But the reality, it is very difficult. So an alternative could be going through Vladivostok. And actually, Najin Hasan project is exempted from the sanctions of the UN. So when I visited Najin Hasan in October, and when I talked with the project leading company, I also heard that there is substantial progress. So I think that it is still being recognized as a waiver, subject to waiver of UN sanctions. So Najin Hasan began in 2013, and it was suspended 4 times. But if we resume the project, then we can go through Najin to Hasan to transport freight, cargoes. So meaning that from the eastern port, we can go through Vladivostok, and then we can take the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and so that we can complete this transportation logistics network. So what you're saying is that that is the basic idea of the Northern Policy Commission? Yeah, so until Vladivostok, it will be maritime transport, and then we connect to railroad. But more realistic solution would be, the Najin Hasan project is still valid. It's recognized by the United Nations, and it is subject to waiver of UN sanctions on North Korea. So we can go through the 30. So it could be an alternative to going through the 38th parallel line and the DMZ to go to North Korea. So what I'm saying is that if we can accelerate the Najin Hasan project, then we can actually connect the Najin Hasan to TSR. So I also visited Hasan and you as well. So why is North Korea not willing to cooperate? Najin Hasan project, South Korea is willing to provide financial and technical support. Russia is very welcoming the project. But, at times North Korea welcomes the project, and sometimes they're very hostile. So recently, before they were very welcoming and the project, and now they're not. So what is North Korea thinking? And South Korea is proposing this EARC. And what is the reaction of North Korea? I am invited here not as an expert in railroad field, so I have no expertise or expert insight whatsoever regarding this topic. So I'm wondering why I'm sitting here. But at the same time, I believe there is a reason. And as Chairman Moon just said, and he actually asked me about the position of North Korea on these matters. And I've actually done a lot of studies about North Korea all my career, so I'm going to share a few thoughts. Of course, I cannot really tell you exactly what North Korea and North Koreans are thinking, but I will try my best to share the perspectives and the position and the stance of North Korea to answer your question, moderator. So regarding the railroad project, I think that North Korea is not really interested in EARC or railway connection project. I think North Korea is more interested in modernizing their own railroad network. I think that is their utmost priority. So President Moon, in 2018, when the inter-Korean relations were good, so he mentioned about the EARC initiative in the Liberation Day speech. But on practical terms, of course, it could be one of our dreams to realize in the future. But realistically speaking, I think rather than going for EARC, we should focus on what North Korea is interested in terms of railroad projects. And if we would have prioritized the needs of North Koreans or North Korea, I think then we would have made some progress. We would have something to say about this initiative. And we would have seen some progress or developments. That's what I find a little bit regretful. Actually, 90% of the freight transport in North Korea is dependent on railroad. And the railroad network is about twice longer than South Korea. So you can see that actually they are very eager to modernize their railroad or railway fleet as well. So I think that we have to take into consideration the needs of North Korea right now, and we should not push ahead based on just our needs. So I think that we have to also respect the needs of North Koreans. Without doing that, then this kind of initiative will just become a rhetoric. And I think that compared to our three panelists here, I am very free from government influence. So that is why I am much in an easier position to share some free thoughts on what North Korea thinks. So regarding all the projects, including the railroad projects, I think that we didn't really respect the needs and the requirements of North Korea. I think that we tried too much to frame these projects based on South Korean perspectives. This cannot work. And that's what all these projects have been up until now. So going forward, yes, I think that, yes, South Korea is sincere in implementing this kind of project, and President Moon is committed to building prosperity and peace on the Korean Peninsula. We do agree with the intention, but rather than focusing on these elements, I think that we have to be able to better make use of the card that is given to us. And it is based on this perspective that we need to implement the project in North Korea.
So you are saying that maybe Korea is pushing too hard and pressuring too hard and is not placing itself in the others' shoes. Do you agree, Mr. Kim? Yes, to a certain level, yes. Well, I think that the landscape is quite complex when it comes to connecting railroads. To make this possible, we need to address pending tasks first. The priority would be to overcome the pandemic, to foster exchanges and cooperation. And from a larger context, we also need to make progress with the nuke. And also, well, railroads, we say that they're not subject to sanctions, but when it comes to the supplies or the goods, well, we have to go through the sanctions process. So given that, well, what Mr. Choi said, I do agree that the discourse and the policies should not be too far-fetched. So they must be realistic. So not only locally, but also internationally, we need to close the gap between reality and discourse to make the policies realistic. And the strategic competition between US and China is intensifying. And now we are entering an arms race in this region. And amidst this situation, the peace process and the end of war, well, of course they are important, but we cannot push them too hard because they will lead to conflict. Because we cannot clench our fist and then ask for a handshake. So we can't, it doesn't work both ways. We have to be consistent with our policies. Yes, thank you very much for that. Now, Mr. Park. Well, when it comes to the Northern Economic Cooperation, then EARC is more of the Northern Economic Cooperation rather than Southern. And now the US and China are competing, and they have entered a new phase of new Cold War. And as we heard, the One Belt, One Road initiative is also connected to what we are trying to do. And we are trying to connect with China and Russia. But then now the alliance meeting for democracy took place with Washington and Seoul. And given this situation, the Northern Policy or EARC initiative, how sustainable are they? Well, for North Korea and Russia, what about the cooperation with railways? We have to think about that because the repair and of the rails are led by Russia. And Chairman Kim and Putin declared the Moscow statement. And the two Koreas and Russia will be connected by rail, and they will be repairing and modernizing the outdated infrastructure. And back in 2002, Russia and North Korea signed a deal, and it's going as scheduled. The Najin Hassan project was complete, and in 2014, the Dong-East Pyongyang rail was kicked off. There was a groundbreaking ceremony back then. However, this was halted and suspended, and this construction company also went bankrupt. And I thought that the project was suspended, but then now what they're doing, they're looking into Plan B. With Russia no longer in the picture, they are devising new options. So now what's happening, they use carriages, and about 780,000 by 2023. What they plan to do is they plan to supply some of the materials for the railway construction. So, for instance, maybe they can change the speed from 20 to 30 kilometers or so on. So I think in that sense, cooperation is still valid and taking place. Also, now we see much conflict on the international scene, and now the Duman River has GTI project that started from Tuman River and that evolved into GTI. And this GTI project can really thaw tension of the neighboring countries because this was led by the UN. And as of 2021, this GTI project is still on, it's still live. And if we take a non-political approach with Tuman River, then not only Russia and China, but also Japan and the US could also join the journey. And then by cooperating with those countries, then we can thaw tension.
Yes, so do you agree, Mr. Che, to what Mr. Park is saying? So regarding GTI led by UNDP, so do you think that, Russia and US and Japan are taking part, do you think that we can change the course? Do you agree? We say that the name determines the fate. And you're in charge of the Commission on the Northern Policy. I do agree in a way, but realistically speaking, I think that it's not very feasible because, the UNDP-led GTI, it's been going on for the past 20 years. And it's been discussed so many times, 30 years actually, not 20. Yes, I thought that saying 30 would be too much. That's why I said it's 20. But anyways, there have been a lot of research done by scholars, but not much progress has been done. So we talked about the strength of preference in international politics. So who is more desperate is the key. And then who is more desperate? Well, desperate? Well, regarding the EARC project and the Inter-Korean Railroad project and building the peace and co-prosperity on the Korean Peninsula, I think all of that, realistically speaking, is something very dreamy, not realistic. So we have to really go back to reality, and we have to be very frank on acknowledging what has not been done, what has been done, and then we have to take a step-by-step approach. I think that, we've been always been like this. When I told my friend that I was coming here, one of my friends said, the inter-Korean relations are soaring, and there's so many conferences on inter-Korean relations. And he was very critical of my attendance here. And I said that, although the situation is difficult, we have to put our heads together and pull our wisdom together to overcome the challenges. That was the only thing I could say to my friend. So once again, I would like to stress the fact that, yes, EARC is a very, very ideal initiative, but I think that we really have to read the minds of North Korea. We have to put ourselves into the shoes of North Korea to understand them better and help them. So I am actually a co-president of the Inter-Korean Assistance Initiative movement. And the last time I visited North Korea was 2 years ago from today. There was a posting on my Facebook. So back in the days, what I said with North Koreans is that our movement should become an economic organization or economic group. So we should not consider North Korea as a beneficiary or recipient of aid. There should be a mutual interest that are met between our two countries and nations. But all the projects that South Korea is proposing, it's not to meet mutual interest. It's actually very much focused on interests of South Korea, on the political interests of South Korea. And that is why, when inter-Korean relations are good, it seems like the projects are going well. But if the inter-Korean relations soar, then we go back to the beginning, back to zero. And that is why the GTI has been going up and down for the past 30 years. Now we have to take a more systemic approach, a structured approach. That's what I would like to say.
Yes, time's almost up, and Mr. Che, I see that you are quite cynical and critical about this project. Then what about you, Mr. Kim? Yes, well, as the President just mentioned, this is a very challenging time, but then we need to pull wisdom. But that's very diplomatic of you to say that. Yes. Well, I have one final comment that I would like to make. And to make EARC a reality, I'm sure that we will be able to hear insights in the afternoon session. But then today's forum is to actually hear from the renowned experts on K railways. Korean railways. And as the opening remark also included, now we need green transport, which is why railways is increasing its importance given that we need to achieve net zero. And also in working with our neighboring countries, then I believe that railways in East Asia should play a bigger role. Now we have this Dong River northern line, and then that will connect it to southern as well as eastern and western line. All the different lines will be connected, and at the same time, the Jungbu rail will also connect to the Greater Seoul area. So if we look at what's happening in Korea, Well, not just for the transport and logistics, but we need to make some improvement overall. So far, railways were not the priority when devising transport policies in Korea. However, railways can really contribute to making our transportation green, which is why we need to place more importance on railway projects, and I would like to ask for your contribution and wisdom. And Mr. Park, closing remark? Yes, I am quite optimistic. Well, the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation actually endorsed the idea of the new northern policy, but the Toman River, the GTI, will be our key project. And of course, you're correct to say that over the past 3 decades, there has been no progress. And that's because Russia, which is a central which plays a central part, did not really contribute to the process. However, with Hasan Najin, now they have embarked on the journey, especially for the tourism sector. And recently there was a virtual meeting in Seoul. And when it comes to Hasan, they actually asked Seoul to include Hasan as the Hasan Cluster project. And now we kicked off the project. And by promoting tourism in the region and by promoting tourism in Toman River, then I believe that we will be able to receive the support of the neighboring countries. And I think we should not be too pessimistic. And of course, inter-Korean relations are now in a stalemate. But if the surrounding countries create the right environment, I believe that one day this will work well.
So please be brief with your remark. Yes, I'll be very brief. So at the center of all of these inter-Korean relations, of course, Chairman Moon knows very well, there is the nuclear issue. So in the past, I thought there were 2 ways of seeing denuclearization of North Korea, but nowadays there is a talk about denuclearization of Korean Peninsula and the denuclearization of North Korea and denuclearization of the North Korean Peninsula. And for the past 3 decades, we have implemented, we have actually talked about, withdrawing the condition for, the hostile North Korean policy. But I believe that there has not been a very much frank discussions about this topic, whether it's, U.S., China, and Japan or Korea. We didn't really heed to the voices of North Korea to address the nuclear problem. So that's why we are in the situation today. We don't have to actually accept everything that they are proposing, but I think that we have to change our way of seeing North Korea. So we have to cater to what they have to say, and we're always beating around the bush. And that is why I share this message with you today. Of course, I am also in the position of wanting all of this to see a lot of progress. And Chairman Moon also said that, and you're the one who actually proposed the idea for this during the Roh Moo-hyun administration. And of course, I want everything to turn out to be good. Well, but I think that we have to be honest. We're taking into consideration of so many factors, and that is why we are repeating this tragedy over the past 3 decades. So I think that in conclusion, we can summarize like this. EARC is an important initiative, and it's just this December that we are holding the first edition of the East Asia Railway Community International Forum. People might think that it is very belated, and yes, we might have missed out some opportunities along the way. And if we actually realize this initiative, the biggest beneficiaries will be Russia and North Korea. You know, the the Korean Peninsula is surrounded by waters, and you know, North Korea is between China and South Korea. So I think that it would benefit a lot from this initiative. And railway or railroad should be the pioneer in promoting inter-Korean relations. And one thing I'd like to note here is that, as our Vice Minister Hwang also said, when it comes to forums, it's attended by government officials and non-governmental officials, and it is actually a venue to develop this epistemological knowledge community. So if we can actually promote networking within this community, I think that we'll be able to develop ideas and human infrastructure. So I think that's very promising. And even though we have a new government next year, please do not lose your interest in this initiative. Even though the government changes, I hope that the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport will continue to take initiative, joined by the efforts of all the researchers from different institutions to push ahead with this initiative. And although we cannot meet in person because of COVID-19, I hope that during the next international forum, we'll be able to all meet in person, face to face, so that we can build a more close-knit network or human network. And I think that there is a hope in that way, in that regard. And the title of this, international forum suggests, it talks about the beginning of the journey towards the EARC. So even I would like to ask Mr. Che to be not so cynical and not so negative and pessimistic. Well, I wasn't being like that. I just wanted to just highlight the fact that we have to take stock of the situation. And we have Dr. Na here with us, and I'm sure that he's actually had a lot of talks with the Russian officials. I see there's hope. And North Korean railroad officials have good relations with their counterparts in South Korea. They have mutual respect for one another. So I hope that this will be a very important momentum for us to integrate East Asia and going forward to build prosperity and peace in this region. Thank you very much, and please give a big hand to our panelists once again.
Yes, thank you very much for your insights. May I please ask the panelists to return to their seats? Please give a big hand to the four panelists. That brings an end to the morning session. The afternoon session will resume at 1 p.m. Korea time.
시청자분들을 위한 퀴즈가 준비되어 있습니다. 퀴즈 관련 안내 문구가 송출될 예정이니까요. 많은 분들의 참여 부탁드립니다. 그럼 지금까지 오전 세션 함께해 주신 여러분.
Thank you very much for having joined us for the morning session.
네.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the afternoon session of the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. During this session, we will have Korea, US, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, and Mongolian speakers. So we're going to listen to their respective opinion. We will also have a presentation on the need and the necessity to build consensus, and also about the practical tasks about the EARC, followed by a panel discussion. Now, I would like to invite Director Shin Gi-uk of Asia Pacific Research Center of Stanford University, representing USA. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. As introduced, my name is Shin Gi-uk, and I'm a professor at Stanford University. And if not for the pandemic, I would be there in person, and that would have been nice. However, because of the pandemic, I have now joined you from California. It's now 8 p.m. here. So on the one hand, it's a pity that I cannot meet you in person, but on the other hand, it is a good news that we have so many people and participants from all over the world. And as the MC just said, I would like to talk about the US perspective with respect to EARC. So I will share my personal opinions. I'm not a government person, I'm a researcher. So this is just personal view. With that, I would like to begin my presentation. We talk a lot about why EARC is needed, and I'm sure that Dr. Lee will talk more in detail about this. Of course, we have to look at the economic fronts as well as the diplomatic and security fronts and the local political front when it comes to Korea. And I'm sure that you would all agree why EARC is needed. And it can serve as the new future growth engine of Korea. As you know, Korea is now stuck in low growth and aging population trap. And it is in dire need of identifying a new growth engine. Of course, the country could recruit talent, but it should also work with other countries to identify new growth engine, especially when it comes to the technology of railway. Korea is a powerhouse, so I think that we see huge potential in this sector. And by connecting Northeast Asia and Korea, the rail projects could actually become a new momentum. When it comes to economic front, trade has been key, especially maritime trade with the US and Japan. And trade with the maritime powers has been key to Korea's growth. However, Korea needs a new source of momentum, and I believe that railroad can be that source. And from the diplomatic security front, EARC is also valid. It can promote inter-Korean exchanges and contribute to peace and stability in Korea and Northeast Asia. We sometimes talk about Korea discount, but we could thaw tension between the two Koreas. And given the intensifying conflict between the US and China, I believe that this will persist. And amid such rising tension, Korea needs to come up with a new plan So from that perspective, EARC can be valid. And also, when we think of the European integration, then we could learn from what Europe and East Asia did in the past. Now, from the political front, this is a bipartisan national project. So starting from Kim Dae-jung, Roh Moo-hyun, Lee Myung-bak, and Park Geun-hye administrations, the names were different. However, I think that the former presidents had a similar objective. So I believe that the next administration, when this election season is over, I am sure that the next administration will turn their eyes to EARC and this project. During the Roh Tae-woo administration, the Northern politic was a key policy. And with that, the country established ties with China and other communist countries, and I believe that we could again relive such history. Now that was a brief background of EARC and why we need the body. And I'm sure that other speakers will provide you with the details. Now, this is my key message. What is the perception in the US? And how can we promote consensus in the US? And what action plans should we develop in the US? Now, to be blunt and straightforward, the US people have little knowledge or not interested about EARC, and that's just the reality. So the US government or expert groups as well as the media do not have much knowledge about this project. This is just one example. I searched on Google East Asia Railway Community. So I put that as a keyword, and the results that I got were mostly from the Yonhap News or Jungang Daily News. So some of the translated articles from Korea. Other than that, I was not able to locate materials. So we have to keep that in mind. And why isn't the US interested in this project? Well, that should not be the approach that we need to take. We need to try to understand why there is little knowledge of this project in the US. And once the project succeeds and creates many economic benefits, I'm sure that given the strategic interests, the US might be willing to engage in the initiative. And depending on how well Korea manages this project, then the US could possibly be interested in the project. However, the bottom line is this. When it comes to the concept or the project itself, the perception level is quite low in the US, and we need to accept such a reality. Now, even if the US was to take interest in this and have discussions on this, their primary reaction would be this. At the end of the day, this initiative might just be diluted with BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. As you know, now starting with the Central Asia, the rails are being connected to Southeast Asia and beyond. And once we have EARC in place, Korea's project might be a part of BRI, which means that Korea will be even more reliant on China. And we see such skepticism in the US. And to be honest, so regardless of the veracity, now Washington is tilting, or they believe that Korea is tilting towards China. Now, the crisis in North Korea, especially the denuke issue, is quite serious. And given that, maybe this initiative might blunt the impact of sanctions against North Korea. And that's one concern that we see in the US and we might see in the US. So without the consent or support of the US, pursuing EARC would not be easy, but given the climate, the US is not quite interested in the initiative and they're not likely to provide support. So we are faced with many challenges. So how are we going to deal with the challenges? So that is an imminent task for now. Now, to give you my personal input, to reach consensus with the US, I believe that we need a new framework. And we need to see this from a different angle. Now we have AP and Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific strategy of the US and BRI are in conflict. And I will elaborate on this later on, but the hegemony war between the US and China will intensify and will prolong. That's highly likely. So Korea needs to make a decision between BRI and Indo-Pacific strategy. Korea needs to come up with something that closes the gap between the two, not something that widens the gap. So Korea needs to come up with a new framework and angle. Now the terminology itself is East Asia Railway Community, and the terminology itself contains East Asia, which does not include the US. And now Railway Community suggests that we connect the two Koreas and China, the continent. So it feels like Japan and the US are left out. So whether this was intentional or not, that's just the impression that we get. So given the situation right now, for the past few years, the Korean government has invested a lot of energy in North Korea policy and less in other issues. However, Japan and Australia, when it comes to AP and Indo-Pacific region, they want to re-pivot to AP. So we have Quad and CTPPT. Japan leads such initiatives. And just like that, Korea, we need to make a decision between BRI and the Indo-Pacific strategy. And Korea needs to come up with a solid plan. Now the TPP, which is now CTPP. So trade was the centerpiece of TPP. But the railway community is an economic cooperation that connects the land and sea, which is why I believe we need to come up with a new terminology. And when US experts hear this terminology, they might get the wrong impression that this is part of the BRI. So as I said, the next government will of course keep this as a key priority, and the government will need to come up with a new terminology that connects land and sea. And also, when it comes to the international community, Korea will need to prove that the initiative will not blunt the impact of the sanctions towards North Korea. So now, railway is key, and it's a community bloc, but it requires strategic approaches in terms of diplomacy and security. So now, to prevent unnecessary misunderstanding and doubt, the Korean government will need to share information closely with the US, and also will need to strengthen mutual trust. So Moon Jae-in government and Trump government experienced some discrepancy. Of course, there was the North Korean issue, but set that apart, there was some discrepancy. However, during the first summit with Biden, the two leaders were able to restore trust and agree on multiple agendas. So this will need to continue going on to the next administration. And because of the economic aspect of the initiative, Korea should engage US businesses and identify businesses that are interested in the project. When Songdo was first developed in Korea, it was important to attract US and global businesses to Songdo. That did not work out. But there was this Gale International company, which is not a major company in the US, but with Gale International joining Songdo project, Songdo was able to succeed because it served as an entry point to other investments. So I think we should learn from Songdo. And back in 1899, we must be reminded that the first locomotive in Korea was made by Brooks Locomotive Works, which is a US company. This has symbolic values. So we should look at that as well. Now, to promote consensus with the US, the government could also pursue collaboration and co-work with the US think tanks. As you know, think tanks play key roles in the US. They are quite active in the US and they influence US policies. So to take the project to an international level, the government will need to have joint projects with US think tanks that could carry significance as well. So Korea should explore joint project ideas and also reach consensus through open and closed seminars, especially with Washington, because there are so many think tanks in that city. At the same time, articles could be submitted on US media to promote the initiative. I don't know much about Asia, but when it comes to the US, the perception level or knowledge level on EARC is quite low. So Korea will need to take more aggressive efforts, such as leveraging think tanks and the US press to promote the idea. Now, let us look at some action plans that we could undertake. And with this, I would like to wrap up my presentation. So as I said, the Indo-Pacific strategy of the US and BRI of the China are in conflict, and Korea is sandwiched between the two. So Korea will need to have a grand vision to close the gap between the two. Now, with the launch of the Biden administration, pressure on China has risen, and it will likely to continue. So now looking at press, they talk about Taiwan issues as well as human rights issues in China. And under Trump, they talked about trade because of the trade war with China. And those were some of the topics that received media attention quite much. But I do not think those were key issues. The key here is when it comes to science and technology, who will win the hegemony war between the US and China? Especially, well, I'm from Silicon Valley, so I feel this on an everyday basis. But then, well, we feel that tension more so than for people in Korea or other countries. About 3 decades ago, out of 50 global companies, 35 were Japanese, and top 10, 8 out of top 10 were Japanese. But then, 3 decades later, out of top 50 companies, there's just one Japanese company. So we've seen this seismic shift. And we have 2 from China and 8 from the US, and top 5 were new: Google, Facebook, or Microsoft. And I joined Stanford University 20 years ago, and at the time, Google was a startup, and Facebook did not exist. So tech companies have become tech giants and giant companies. So be it AI or auto driving or IoT, this cutting-edge technology will be what the US and China will fight for and fight over, and competition will intensify. So given this, Korea will need to persuade China and the US. So it all comes down to how Korea will frame this, what angle it will take, because of the differing views of China and the US. But it will be no easy task. So what we said before was that for economy, we have to rely on China, and for security, the US. However, the paradigm is no longer valid. And that is my personal view, because sometimes some economic issues can translate into some security issues. So we have like economic and security alliance and so forth. So now, everything that relates to security, even if it was innately economic, we have to work with the US. But then other than security, so the non-security issues, Korea could work with China. Now, this economic community and bloc has characteristics of diplomacy as well as economy. But then, given all this, how can Korea create a win-win partnership with other countries? And that will be key. So Korea will need to reframe the situation and have a strong framework. Now, I do know that EARC carries a significance, but because of all the reasons that I just mentioned, we see much skepticism in the market, which is why more efforts are needed. So it has to go beyond political rhetoric. So whenever there is a new initiative kicked off, governments tend to have political rhetorics. However, we have to go beyond that. The government needs to face the reality in a sober manner. So there should be a roadmap for the mid and long-term tasks and take small steps first. And take small steps to show the potential of the goal, the initiative. And we have also no other choice but to look at the inter-Korean relations. So the precondition is to improve inter-Korean relations. But the Biden administration is not much interested in North Korean issues. Under Trump, well, there were much controversy, but still, the president himself was quite interested in the North Korean issue. So he attempted many different approaches. However, so in AP, China is top priority to Biden, and North Korea has been pushed to the bottom of the list. So it's uncertain when the US is likely to reach out to North Korea for dialogue. So given this, so be it a railway community or another type of community, to push such initiatives, I think that we need to depoliticize the agenda. So be it Moon Jae-in, Park Geun-hye, or other administrations, well, this task should not be a task of one specific administration, but the agenda that is overarching. So now Moon Jae-in government is nearing the end of the term, so the administration should prepare to turn this into the next agenda for the next administration. So I talked about the economic and political and diplomatic and security sides of the initiative, but first off, we need to come up with a diplomatic and security foundation that can underpin the railway community. So an interagency TF could be a possible idea to deal with this more comprehensively. And 1.5 track meeting is another approach the Korean government could take with major stakeholders to reach consensus. So today's forum is quite significant, but I think that the forum should be held not only in Seoul, but also in Beijing or Tokyo, as well as Washington or Ulaanbaatar. So some of the key stakeholder regions have closed and open meetings to hear them out and to further discussions with them. So in conclusion, this concept of railway community is key for Korea's future, and it must be pursued. However, given the geopolitical landscape, the tension between the two Koreas, and the strategic competition between the US and China, and the difficulties arising from those challenges should be all considered. We should take that into consideration when designing the community, because this will not end in 1 or 2 years. We have to have a long-term view for this to survive and sustain for the next 10, 20, or 30 years. With that, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. You talked about the U.S. perspective. With respect to EARC, please give him a big hand. Thank you.
Moving on, we will hear a presentation from the Chinese side. We have Professor Guo Shan-an of Yanbian University. He'll be joining us online. You have the floor, Professor. Hello, everyone. I am Ang Guo Shan from Yanbian University. Can you hear me? Hello. Yes, we hear you very well. As Professor Shin also mentioned, if it weren't for COVID-19, we would be all together in person and have face-to-face discussions. But yes, it is indeed a shame that we cannot be with each other and meet each other online. But thank you very much anyways for inviting me to today's forum. And I hope that I will also have a chance to learn a lot from others. Today, I'm going to talk about the EARC and our understanding about this initiative. So these are the contents of my presentation. First of all, the need to establish EARC and the awareness on the EARC. Third is evaluation, followed by proposal. So if you look at the proposal of the EARC, so I searched it up on the internet, and it was on August 15th, 2018. So during the 73rd anniversary of Korea's liberation, during the Liberation Day speech, President Moon Jae-in first proposed this initiative. And on December 24, 2019, there was a China, Korea, and Japan summit in Chengdu, and President Moon officially made the proposal to the leaders. And what is interesting from the historical perspective is that if you look back in history, there were several comparable projects like Japan's Greater East Asia Railroad Initiative. That is quite comparable to the EARC initiative. And in 1939, Japanese National Railways leadership actually announced to build a subsea tunnel on the Tsushima Island to go through the Korean peninsula. And after the end of the Second World War, after Japan was defeated, all of these initiatives were not implemented. So these are some of the historical facts. And you can see these were some of the railroad network connecting the state of Manchuria, and also some plans for Japan's Greater East Asia Railroad Initiative. So let me briefly talk about the need to establish ARC. So primarily, it concerns like China and Korea, the two Koreas and Russia. So 4 countries in total. And of course, we can have engagement of other countries as well. But basically, it concerns the 4 major nations. And as for China, it is implementing the BRI, or Belt Road Initiative, to expand its infrastructure at a massive scale. And I would like to once again emphasize the concept of Belt Road Initiative. A lot of these scholars think that it's a strategy to go to the West and also to seek, economic integration. But there is a word initiative in Belt Road Initiative. So initiative means it's based on consensus, based on dialogue, and it's something that is ongoing. When it comes to strategy, it's something that is planned in advance and then implemented. But Belt Road Initiative is not really a well-established strategy, or it's predefined strategy. At times, it can be adjusted based on consultation. So up until now, of course, a lot of the Belt Road initiatives were about going to the west or advancing towards the west. But in the future, we can also think about its relationship and connection with the east, to the east. So when it comes into relation with the issues on the Korean Peninsula once they are addressed. And China and North Korea have about 1,420 kilometers of borders. So there are 3 railroad border crossings across the border. So we can say that China and North Korea have basic infrastructure to be connected via railroad. And the same goes for China and Russia. There is the Manjari, Suifanha, and Hunchun, the 3 railroad border crossings, and they are currently under operation. And infrastructures are continuing to expand, and you can see that the traffic volume is relatively high. And as for Russia and North Korea, near the Tuman River, or the Tuman Bridge, is actually operational since 1950s. And one thing to note here is that in 2013, there is the Nasin Hassan Railroad that was completed in 2013. So we start off from Najin in North Korea and then end off at the Hassan in Russia. So I believe that these type of modernized railroads are already in service. And between China, Russia, and North Korea, we can say that logistically, they are connected via transportation network. And we have to now upgrade the EARC so that EARC can include all of these regions, include the Korean Peninsula. So from a future-oriented perspective, the connection between the Inter-Korean Railway and China-Russia Railway through easing sanctions on North Korea and revitalizing inter-Korean relations, and furthermore, the railway connection between East Asian countries that will indeed bring dramatic changes in socio-economic exchanges, and this economic cooperation will greatly contribute to the revitalization of logistics by creating new logistics traffic through international trade and industrial investment. So you can say that it will contribute greatly to promoting logistics volume and logistics exchange. Now I'm going to talk about the awareness or the level of awareness on EARC. As Professor Shin mentioned, yes, the US doesn't really know much about the EARC, and also in China, not many people are aware about this initiative. Despite the media coverage and the academic research, actually there is low awareness on the EARC. So we identified some reasons for that, and I would like to share the following. First of all, there is the North Korean factor. Of course, there was the Eurasia Initiative and New Northern Policy. So all of these initiatives and policies are going through North Korea, but whether it's a Eurasian Initiative or New Northern Policy, is there a possibility to not physically contact North Korea and implement these policies and initiatives through a third-party participation? We can ask that question. But when it comes to railroad community, we have to go through North Korea, physically speaking. So that is why North Korea should be able to concede to this idea, or concur with this idea. But there is a big question mark here because there is the North Korean sanctions and the stalled inter-Korean talks. So these are some of the challenges that we need to overcome to engage North Korea more in this railway community initiative. And the second factor is the U.S. armed forces in Korea. So there is the U.S. factor. when it comes to railroad and when it comes to transportation and logistics. The same goes for railway and also port. Of course, in peacetime, they can be used as a very useful transportation means. But in conflict times or during wars, they can serve to transport military logistics. So in that sense, we can say that if we are to develop the EARC, then that could also lead the Russia and China and North Korea to think about how they're going to deal with the U.S. armed forces in Korea. And if you look at the U.S. Recently, there is an intensifying tension and conflict between U.S. and China. So with these tensions still ongoing, we have to think about how to address this U.S. factor. Third factor is Japanese factor. As it was mentioned before, Japan in the past or back in history has tried to implement the Greater Japan Railway Initiative. It did have that kind of initiative in mind. And historically speaking, it had inflicted a lot of suffering on neighboring countries. And even today, together with China and Japan and Korea, the relations are not very good with Japan. So in this situation, we have to think about how the Japanese factor is going to unfold. And there's also an issue of the U.S.-Korea alliance. But as for Korea, things that we have to address the U.S.-Korea alliance is the North Korean issue and also how to build, peace on the Korean Peninsula and how to achieve the Korean unification. But as for the Japanese and Korea alliance, Japan, what kind of initiative does it have in mind in this region? I'm sure that it has a different thought compared to Korea when it thinks about the U.S. and Japan alliance. So this is one of the factors that might have impact on the EARC. And the fourth factor is the geopolitical factor in the Northeast Asian region. So if you look at the map, you can see that our region is not that big on the global map. But you can see that there are a lot of hegemonic powers in this region. And of course, North Korea is not small in terms of economy. But it is also actually having an influence in this region. So this interest among different countries are very conflicting in the region. So if you look at the GTI, so it started off 30 years ago. In the beginning, it was led by UNDP. And now, even after 3 decades, has not seen much progress. And one of the reasons for that is because the main reason for that was because there were very conflicting interests in the region. So that is why it is very crucial to think about how we're going to address these conflicting interests in this region. And this is a very important factor that needs to be taken into consideration when implementing EARC. And third part is about evaluation on EARC. One thing I would like to note here is that the East Asia Railway Community Initiative presents a paradigm for entering a peace and security community. It's a higher level from the economic community. So it actually presents a paradigm for entering a peace and security community. So in that sense, it is very similar to the establishment of an interest community, responsibility-based community, and destiny-based community, which are the final goals of the China's One Belt and Road Initiative. So in addition, you can say that the BRI is indeed quite similar to the vision of EARC. And also, East Asian Railway Community Initiative is expected to maximize synergy by organically converging with Russia's Eurasian Economic Union Initiative, Japan's West Coast Development Plan, and Mongolia's Steppe Road Plan. So if connected with all of these initiatives, we can create a lot of synergy. So the EARC proposed by South Korea and evaluation of this initiative is quite encouraging and positive. But based on reality, there are North Korean sanctions and the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. So these are some of the obstacles, and it is believed that phased and gradual strategic and tactical plan must be established to overcome these obstacles. So what is the key here is phased and gradual plan. So as Professor Shin said, we have to have a long-term perspective and vision when it comes to implementing these kind of initiatives. So I personally believe that phased and gradual is the key here. So from a time perspective and from the content perspective, it should be strategic and tactical. So all of these elements should go hand in hand. And as a result, the construction of the East Asian Railway community will be extremely necessary, not only at the economic level, but also at the social development level. So it will serve as a good opportunity to seek both economic and social development, and it will further serve as a very important foundation for the construction of the EARC of shared future. So this is about the proposal for the EARC. The first thing I would like to highlight is that we definitely need to build a consensus around this initiative. And what's key here is we have to develop a sense of sharing or sharedness in our region. So in Northeast Asian region, whether it's Russia or China, North Korea or South Korea or Japan, we need to have like a binding mechanism and there should be a more sharing about the history, about the culture, about the climate change, and how to seek common responses to all of these challenges. So this is something that we need to address one by one. And of course, if you delve deeper, there is the historical distortion issue and also labor management issue and so forth that occur from time to time. But these type of issues should not be hidden. They should be laid bare so that we can overcome them one by one, step by step. And what is more interesting here or important here is that the press and the government need to take the lead in promoting these initiatives. We should not take advantage of this initiative for political reasons, and it should not be actually taken advantage by the media to boost their subscription rate or the number of their readers. So I believe that these obstacles should be removed in order to promote the sense of sharedness and sharing in the region. And we also need to develop a mechanism to establish peace and security in the region. So peace, welfare is something that cannot be achieved in a short period of time. And we have to accelerate the GTI. So the GTI initiative didn't see much progress over the past 3 decades, but this needs to be accelerated. And the fact that we have lack of progress in this initiative is that peace is yet to come in this region. So we have to address North Korean nuclear issue. We have to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula. That is a must for us to address other types of issues. And we have to promote bilateral and multilateral dialogue at all levels. So specifically speaking, we have to put an end to this hostile relation between the two Koreas, and we have to be able to promote a bilateral dialogue among different member countries or participating countries. And if possible, we can move on to developing a multilateral consultative body. So we need a phased and gradual approach. And third is, in this region, we need to redefine the system of international division of labor. So when it comes to railroad initiative, we have to make it as the basis for everything. But when it comes to railway, we can promote like human-to-human tourism or transport, but logistics transport is also very important. In order for a logistics system to be built, we need to have a clear division of roles, a division of labor within that specific region or country. And it is based on that clear division of roles and labor that we can develop industrial supply chain so that we can scale up this kind of initiative and to make the initiative or network more effective. So it is very important to promote the system of international division of labor at logistics and as well as at human level. And fourth is that we have to establish a consultative body that is centralized among different countries. So for example, we can build a consultative body between China and Korea, or trilateral body, and we can also think about the Korea and China FTA and also the GTI. So at a central government level, there should be some sort of a consultative body that is set up so that we can actually drive the momentum for the initiative. And fifth, we need to pursue joint research and joint development among different research institutions, national research institutions. And of course, our university, Yanbian University, is very focused on conducting relevant studies. And in Korea, KOTI or KMI. So these type of logistics and transportation related institutions are also our partners, and we're conducting joint studies. So when we collaborate and cooperate, we need to listen to one another. It is very difficult to convince the other partner unilaterally with your own study results. So that is why it is very important to actually conduct a joint study with different scholars or different researchers in different countries. So if we can have a lot of findings of joint studies, then I think that it will be very much more convincing. It's going to sell more, and it will be more effective. So that is why joint study and research is the key. Now I'd like to suggest some recommendations for the EARC. So if you look at some action plans for implementing EARC, let me divide that into two categories. First is at political and economic front. So that is restoring the six-party talks. Some scholars are raising issues about the effectiveness of six-party talks. But up until now, to address the North Korean nuclear issue, I think that six-party talks has been one of the most effective tools. So going forward, Of course, it's stalled right now. It's suspended. But going forward, there is a need to restore the six-party talks and so that it can implement its goal. And another thing is strengthening the role of the secretariat of cooperation between China and Japan and Korea. And also, we need to implement the China, Korea, and Japan FTI, and then strengthen the role of GTI and improve inter-Korean relations. Recently, it have improved, but not as much. And we also have to promote friendship between Korea and China. Of course, there are issues surrounding the China-Korea relations, but we have to tackle them one by one. And next year, we celebrate 30th anniversary of Korea-China diplomatic ties. So at a private level, private sector level, we need to promote exchanges between the two countries so that we can further promote bilateral friendship. And the second category is at logistics and transportation front. So we have to establish an international logistics channel in the Tumen River area so that we can ensure the networking until Europe. So when it comes to EARC, it will start from the Korean Peninsula and then go upward. And once we have expanded the network, then we can also think about going westward from Japan. So this is the kind of roadmap that we envision. So in this process, of course, we can actually go through Dandong to reach the continental China, but we can also include like China and Russia. We should actively take advantage of the accessibility of neighboring countries, and we have to fully unlock the potential of EARC. So that is why it is very important to focus on the Northeast Asian region. Collaboration in this region is very crucial because it is from this region that we can develop the channels going from the Korean Peninsula all the way up to Europe. So Northeast Asia can play a hub role or play the role of a hub platform, and that is the kind of structure that we need to build. And the second thing is we have to jointly construct North Korean railway, which has already begun, and we have to conduct joint research on railroad systems. We also conducted a joint research systems, but there are researches that can be done on the signal systems and also the track systems. And the last but not least, we can use the complementary characteristics of the transportation modes. Yes, railroad is the key in our initiative, but if you look at the big picture, of course, railway is the key, but that is not the only option. From the in terms of land transportation and logistics. So if you look from the international logistics perspective, railroad can be the key mode of transportation, but that is not the only option. We can look towards the maritime option and so forth. So different modes of transportation can be leveraged, and I think that is essential. So that is why recently we are researching logistics cluster or Tumen transnational cluster, maritime cluster. So this is the kind of initiative that we are currently conceiving and designing. And I think that we can also leverage logistics, but also the tourism sector to scale up and expand the initiative. So the initiative may seem very abstract, or macroscopic, but we have to delve deeper to make these initiatives more specific so that they can become very concrete and specific projects. So this is the kind of effort that is required. And what we would like to recommend is to also consider the options of ports as a logistics network. And in terms of channels that we can explore, we can also think about tourism, how to promote tourism. And if we go down that path, that road, then we'll be able to come up with phased, gradual, strategic, and tactical plan. So maybe we're talking about 50 years ahead of us. But even though it may seem like a long journey, I think that if we take these steps, we'll be able to develop a full-fledged East Asia railway community. And let us not forget to explore the options of port, maritime modes, and also tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much, Professor. It was a great opportunity to learn the Chinese perspective. Now moving on to the Russian perspective, we will hear from Mr. Mikhail Kolosha, member of the GTI Transport Expert Group, who will now present. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to partake in this forum. It's indeed a prestigious forum. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mikhail Kolosha, and I'm from the Maritime State University. The Russian Far East borders with some of the most actively developing region of Northeast Asia. Key states of Northeast Asia include China, Japan, and Republic of Korea, and these countries are large contributors to global trade. Development of transport and logistics infrastructure are key to promote trade relations both within the Northeast Asian region and beyond. The Southern Sea Route is by far the busiest transport artery in the world. The route, when facing bottlenecks, can affect the entire international logistics system. We have observed this disruption many times. This was the case during pirate attacks in the Arabian Sea, and quite recently the container ship accident in the Suez Canal almost paralyzed the Southern Sea Route for several weeks. The idea of land-based New Silk Road, despite China's efforts to promote its BRI strategy, faces great challenges due to a combination of political and strategic factors. For these reasons, the development of transcontinental transportation along routes passing through the territory of Russia and the adjacent waters of the Arctic and Pacific Oceans is becoming an important task. In this area, the economic and domestic political interests of the countries of the Northeast Asia sub-region do not conflict, but complement each other. As for Russia, the development of transport and logistics infrastructure and an increase in the volume of transit traffic will contribute to the accelerated economic development of the Far East and Siberia, improved living standards of the people in this region, and ensure transport connectivity from the Eastern Sea to the Arctic coast. Compared to the current export-oriented economic model, the development of the transport and logistics services sector is much more attractive for Russia, given its favorable impact on environmental protection, the development of sparsely populated and economically depressed territories, as well as the possibility of mutually beneficial integration into the larger economy. For the Republic of Korea, Japan, and the northeastern provinces of the PRC, being able to transit export cargo through the territory of Russia will reduce delivery times and diversify supply chains, increase security, and enhance competitive advantages.
Инициатива EARC является логичной и перспективной.
Now, the EARC initiative is quite logical and promising and is very much in line with the general trend of Northeast Asia integration process. However, the initiative is not without challenges. Russia has the largest railroad infrastructure in terms of scale, and it has a 1520 mm gauge and historically supports OSJD. In this study, I analyzed the two bodies, EARC and OSJD, and identified the characteristics that both facilitate and hinder interaction between the two. And in this study, in fact, the two organizations aim to enhance cooperation in the field of rail transport through multilateral cooperation. However, OSJD is less flexible and not fully capable of taking into account the specifics of the Northeast Asia region. The EARC initiative is rather regional in nature and is aimed at integrating the railways of the Northeast Asian countries, including the Korean Peninsula. OSJD has extensive experience in cooperation with major international organizations such as ERA and SGAP. As the experience of international cooperation level shows, this regional cooperation is more effective for solving problems arising in cross-border transportation and the implementation of local infrastructure projects, as well as for improving intercultural interaction in the Northeast Asian region. Now, I would like to dwell in more detail on certain aspects of the EARC project that are significant for the far eastern regions of Russia. Perhaps the first and most promising project is the TKR and connection with the TSR. And I'm sure the Korean colleagues are well aware of the importance of this project, which opens up high-speed access for their goods to the Eurasian markets. It is also clear that the success of this project depends primarily on the solution of political and strategic problems on the Korean Peninsula. We believe that the gradual involvement of DPRK in the work of the EARC in coming up with solutions to practical and technical problems will reduce tensions and contribute to the achievement of national reconciliation. In the course of the study, we identified the following problems in relation to the TKR project. First, how to provide maximum cargo load for transcontinental route, how to adjust customs procedures along the route, also how to ensure the reverse loading of the rolling stock, so making sure that the containers are not empty, and what are the options for Kazan-Baranovsky line modernization. As a result of the analysis, we assessed the EARC from the point of view of Russia's interests. First, the pros. The EARC initiative is very much in line with the goals and objectives of the new Eastern strategy of the Russian Federation. The implementation of plans for transport integration of the Korean Peninsula, the northeastern provinces of China and Mongolia, will contribute to the development of freight and passenger traffic, and will create many new highly qualified jobs in the Russian Far East. And the EARC initiative is not limited to rail transport, but can be viewed as a platform for organizing multimodal transportation and promoting a wide range of regional logistics projects. Now moving on to the cons. EARC project depends on the progress of the Korean reconciliation. So the success of the project largely depends on political factors and needs a favorable political climate, which is not easy to guarantee. And EARC, OSJD, and GTI, and they all have different conflicts of interest. So it is not easy to coordinate activities between these different regional and national bodies. Also, technological, and administrative problems impeding EARC participants' joint activities is another challenge. And next, there is another tricky question: how to get public support for the EARC initiative in Russia. Russians are Europeans by mentality, so they want to see formal documents and plans clearly laid out on paper, and they want clear roadmaps. And the decision-making process is highly centralized. This fully applies to Russian railways. However, if you actively cooperate with regional and municipal authorities and the media, it will be easier to get support at the level of the central government. And we have pointed out a number of recommendations that will help EARC initiative gain public support in Russia. A technologically important and key point that should be paid attention to when integrating NEA Northeast Asia Railways is the differing rail gauge. So possible solutions include the following. First, combined multi-gauge railway tracks over a considerable length, or transshipment of goods and transfer of passengers from the rolling stock, or rearrangement of cars on carriage bogies and automatic change of the width between the wheels of the carriage bogies. We know that the Republic of Korea is quite successful in this area, especially when it comes to gauge tracks. And we have to rely on such a technology even at the OSJD level. So when it comes to cross-border traffic operation, power supply should also be considered, especially is it DC or AC or alternating current frequency and voltage. These problems need to be solved. So options include change of locomotive at the border or the use of multi-stem locomotives designed to operate with different power supply. Or we could, of course, embark on the electric propulsion-free journey, but I don't think this is valid from the point of view of ecology. Now, the Northeast Asian region sees growing cargo and has various routes and directions. Therefore, in order to raise awareness and promote public support for the EARC, we recommend focusing on the inclusion of transport projects in the Russian Far East into the East Asia Railway Community. So the countries could mutually benefit one another. Countries like Russia, Korea, and Northeast Asian countries could benefit from one another. Now, the following projects are important for cross-border logistics. First, we have two existing transport corridors, Primorsky No. 1 and Primorsky No. 2, and their connection in Slavyanka. This will allow combining many main and feeder routes, land and sea, both existing and new, including the Northern Sea route and other transcontinental routes. The connection of several routes will now form new integrated transport and logistics system and network. And channels currently exist but are not included in the corridors. So after integration of the channels, a single transport network will be created. Now, the international passenger transport of bullet trains is a relatively new idea for Northeast Asia. And considering the size of the population in the provinces of China neighboring Russia and the Korean Peninsula in Japan, this idea seems to be quite pragmatic. This idea takes into account the international nature of traffic, since the project of a purely domestic high-speed communication seems inappropriate due to the low population density in the Russian Far East. And it's also combined with the construction of a bridge between Vladivostok and Cape Pesnachi on the western shore of the Amur Bay. If this project is to be implemented in the area of the Pescani Peninsula, it is recommended that passenger automobiles and bridges can be provided, and then transport and tourism services could be provided by serving international bullet trains. In conclusion, I would like to briefly tell you the conclusions of the research at the Admiral Nevelskoy Maritime University. The EARC concept is perceived positively in Russia. It does not compete with OSJD. It opens up new horizons for international cooperation. But to achieve success, it will work with OSJD, GTI, and other organizations, and roles and responsibilities must be clearly defined. EARC could contribute to the development and harmonization of regulations, standards, specifications, and procedures for the organization of cross-border transport and seamless logistics in the GTI area. Now, including the framework of EARC, if we could enhance transport and logistics network in Northeast Asia, then this will allow our region to solve many general and particular problems and induce the DPRK to come out of self-isolation and become equal partners. Even if the inter-Korean dialogue does not resume in the near future, we still recommend continuing transport projects in the Republic of Korea and the south of Primorsky, which are consistent with the goals of the EARC. So when favorable political and other conditions are created for EARC, then multilateral transport and logistics projects will gain momentum. And of course, when we finally defeat the pandemic. So thank you very much for that.
네, 여러분 박수 크게
Yes, please give a big hand.
네, 이 시간 실시간으로 함께해 주신
Yes, thank you very much, Assistant Rector, for joining us at this time of the hour. Now we're going to listen to Japanese presentation. So we have Professor Kato Hironori from Tokyo University. So he's connected online.
Yes. Can I start my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is my great pleasure to make presentations at the prestigious opportunities of EARC Forum. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Hironori Kato, working at the Department of Civil Engineering, the University of Tokyo. I'm mainly studying about the transportation planning or the engineering issues as one of a civil engineer. Today, I will talk about the expectations for EARC as from the view of Japanese engineer. Before starting my presentation, probably I'd better explain the local context of Japan. First, you know that Japan is located at the far east and quite isolated islands compared with the other countries, including China, Russia, or Korea. and we have no cross-border railway system. And we always thus discuss the railway from quite regional or the local basis within Japanese territories. So we rarely discuss about the cross-border railway system. That is the one. And second, when we discuss about the railway in Japan, we usually discuss passenger transport rather than logistics or freight railway transport. This is because, again, our country is a quite small island, and most of the railway service is just a short distance trip. And additionally, our country is surrounded by ocean. Therefore, most of the logistics or freight transport is done by maritime or truck rather than railways. And also, finally, one of our country's characteristics is a quite high population density. Therefore, it enables passenger transport, particularly railway service, to make profitable. And therefore, the many private railway companies are providing the railway services. But these are the quite unique local contexts of Japanese railways. So based on this kind of our unique characteristics of railway systems, I would like to talk about my ideas and also the suggestions to EARC. Start with introductions, necessity of establishing the EARC, and also some view from Japan, both positive and negative, to the EARC. And finally, I will conclude my presentation. Already, other members has introduced EARC, so probably I do not need to explain. I heard that the EARC is an organization for promoting cooperation and economic exchange between railway communities in 6 East Asia countries. And this will facilitate regional and international peace through railways. I think that is a very wonderful goal. And the EARC will support the prosperity of countries in East Asia through cooperation in the areas of railway construction, industrial development along railways, and multimodal transportation in railways and ports. Ports are additionally included. It's quite interesting for me. But today I highlight the railway only. Why EARC should be established? Many opinions and ideas has been proposed by earlier presentations, so probably I don't need to reiterate the same thing, but we expect some upgrading of cooperation among member countries. And also, from Japanese point of view, this is quite important, internationalization, domestic railway markets, etc., etc. So I will explain a little bit more in details about the benefits from establishments of EARC. First, upgrading of cooperation among member countries. In general, as far as I understand, the railway market in any country has historically evolved quite independently from other countries. Of course, that is particularly true in Japan because it is isolated market. And this kind of independent development of railway system is because the railway network has been supported in response to domestic transportation demand primarily. And of course, that depends on country-specific factors. So laws and expectation to railways vary across countries. And in the East Asia region, cross-border railway network has not been well developed due to past political conditions, particularly related to North Korea, maybe, which have affected the unique historical development of railway networks and systems. As presented by, for example, Russian researcher in earlier presentations, some electric technologies or, for example, the gauge may be different across different countries. So by cooperation, through the cooperations of these EARC activities, we may have a more upgradation or the grade up of corporations among the members. So EARC may perform a kind of hub function to promote such a kind of communications or cooperation among members. Internationalization of domestic railway market is quite important, as I told you, particularly from the viewpoint of Japan. But I think that is also the case in other countries in East Asia. Many domestic railway business in East Asia have been closed to global market. And one of the reasons of this closeness of the market is a strong regulatory framework of each national authority, governments, and also the differences in business cultures. A localized system, sometimes optimal to fit the local railway system, particularly in line with the local conditions. But such a kind of a locally optimized system cannot be immediately applied to other markets. So in that sense, railway business and the railway technology should be more generalized to be accepted by more countries. Particularly cross-border transportation is one of the key issues to harmonize such a kind of technologies, which may be different across countries. In that sense, I believe EARC is expected to promote the internationalizations of the domestic railway market in East Asia. Third, I would like to highlight also the promotions of internationalizations by railway companies in member countries. Of course, the organizational structure may be different among different countries. As I told you, in Japan, there are many private railway companies operating the railway service in Japan. But unfortunately, most of them are quite domestic. If local railway companies become more internationalized, I believe their experiences with global standards and practices will be a great advantage in expanding the business to foreign markets. I know now we are discussing about East Asia mainly, but I think the experiences of internationalizations of a railway market in Eastern Asia could give more chance to railway companies to enter further other countries' railway market, and maybe that could be quite a good opportunity for them to survive in a tough railway business market. So EARC may enable the local, particularly domestic railway operators to have more opportunities to learn international standards and practices, and that could contribute to their businesses in the long run. And additionally, I believe that international corporations could give a more chance to improve their technical performance. Localized systems sometimes lead to poor technical performance and limited business skills in domestic railway businesses. For example, currently, many local railway companies suffer from a decline in ridership during the COVID-19 pandemic. That is also the case in Japan. 70%, 80% decline in demands gives very tough financial conditions in railway companies. And they are now struggling how to make a sustainable service under the quite tough requirements for the sanitary conditions under COVID-19 pandemic. If there are good practices from other countries regarding how to provide excellent service under the COVID-19, many rail operators could improve their businesses and services by adopting the same practice. So I think EARC could contribute to, for example, share the good practices amongst the member countries and contributing to the improvements of performance in railway systems in member countries. Additionally, I think particularly the more private stakeholders could be or expected to participate in railway development project due to the recent financial difficulties in public sectors. Introduction of PPP have been promoted to the railway sector in many countries. However, this kind of business opportunities are available in the member countries. They are not so well advertised to global partners. So through the activities of EARCs, we can promote the railway system and technology in East Asia to other countries more. Additionally, railway is a really complicated systems with a broad influence on society. Railway community must interact with numerous associations and institutions. And for example, railway is believed to have a very environmental friendly transportation mode compared with truck or the automobiles, gasoline-based transportation mode. So promotion of railway could be the quite good strategies for sustainable development among international community in both developed and developing regions. I think the experiences and activities in EARC could perform as an international liaison with various industries and societies other than railway business for contributing to the better sustainable development in the world and also in the member countries. Okay, these are the reasons. Of course, they are not all actually, but I support the establishment EARCs with various reasons. Then, what are the expected perceptions or reactions from Japan if we would say EARC will be introduced? I think there are many positive responses from them. Extension of overseas railway businesses, or conservation of their traditional engineering skills and knowledge, etc., etc. Let me explain more little bit details. Extension of overseas railway businesses. In recent years, although Japan is an isolated island, but some major Japanese railway operators are very keen on extending their businesses to overseas market. Unfortunately, they do not have sufficient skills or experiences, but anyways, they have quite a high willingness in recent years to go other countries' market. And unfortunately, in Japan, many regions have experienced rapid aging. Over 65 years old individuals become more dominant in the societies. And also because of that, and also the quite low birth rate, population has been declining. And that's lead to the declining ridership of domestic railway services. Therefore, they cannot survive just in a closed domestic market in Japan. EARC could provide valuable opportunities for such domestic railway companies in Japan to learn the practices in international businesses and become more internationalized. Another one is Japanese railway engineers may expect the participation of Japan in EARC to be linked with the conservation of their traditional engineering skills and knowledge. Conservation means how can we keep the technologies. As some of you know, Japan has so long histories of railway development and operations about 150 years ago. But unfortunately, in recent years, Japan's railway technologies has some difficulties in conserving their technologies due to the lack or the poor opportunities of new railway development projects in domestic markets. As I told you, our market has been shrinking. Therefore, the very poor opportunities for constructing the new railway project in Japan. So engineers are afraid the loss of such experiences of constructing new railway projects, although we have a lot of knowledge and skills in the past. So EARC is expected to provide opportunities for Japanese young railway engineers to be trained or learn in construction projects in East Asia, particularly in cooperation with other countries' railway engineers, where more construction projects are available. Of course, EARC should be quite beneficial to Japanese engineers or researchers. There are some international academic associations or conferences about railway engineering or businesses, but there are more or less European-led associations such as UIC or WCRR, etc. Japanese railway researchers may have been a little frustrated by the lack of recognition of the unique skills and experiences, particularly by engineers from non-Asian regions. Of course, we have learned lots advanced technology from Europe. However, we have also developed our unique technologies under the unique context of Asia. So we would like to share these knowledges with other members. I think through this kind of EARC forum or some discussions, the cooperations of researchers from EARC member countries working on common programs would send a positive message to other world researchers. Although I believe there are many positive responses from Japanese peoples, of course, there are potentially negative aspects or concerns from Japan. And one of them could be the islanders' ideas. Foreign railway operators may phase out domestic railway operators. In fact, some Japanese railway operators are really afraid of negative impacts from opening the domestic railway market in Japan to the world. They have get the benefits because of quite unique and domestic customs and institutional system, which is found only in Japan. They may fear that the many foreign railway companies and investors could start to participate in domestic railway market in Japan and replacing the existing domestic players. From the user's point of view, better and cheaper services, of course, preferable, better. So in that sense, these are just logics made by the existing railway companies who want to continue their business. But anyway, that is quite true. Participation of Japan's railway industry in EARC activities may alarm the negative aspects of internationalizations or globalizations. Actually, we believe that globalization is really good for improving the efficiencies, but for some people who may have weak positions, some have troubles to lose their positions. Other ones, many railway operators have insufficient human resources. That is another challenge in Japan. Particularly the human resources with the capacities to participate in international activities are not sufficient enough. And they may fear that many foreign railway operators and investors could start participate in the domestic market and replace existing domestic players in the similar way as shown earlier. So many employees in Japan's railway industry have poor skills in international communications, and that could lead to the inactive or the quite poor activities across members in EARC, I'm afraid. Another one is currently many Japanese railway companies have been suffering from a sharp decline in ridership due to COVID-19 pandemic, as I told you, and also they suffer from many natural disasters such as typhoon attacks or the earthquakes. And they, particularly in rural cities, local railway companies are very much concerned about serious damage from the COVID-19 pandemic or the natural disasters. And they have no sufficient capacities and also maybe the sufficient resources to work together with their colleagues in other countries, particularly small and medium railway companies in rural areas may be highly negative. But I think those companies are, yes, of course, they mainly work on the regional mobilities. So for the international collaborations or the international work, probably large-scale companies are responsible for making the better interactions and the connections with other countries' operators. In that sense, I don't think this is so serious problem. At last, I would like to show my ideas regarding the proposals on the activity of EARCs. Already, other professors, including the professors from China or the other members, already proposed some ideas. Some, for example, the leader forum regarding railway business could be held in Eastern Asia for discussing about the future directions and also cooperations in railway businesses in Eastern Asia. And also we may have some regular expert meeting railway to share advanced technologies and challenges for the futures. If some regular seminars are held regarding the railway, particularly in East Asia, they help young researchers and the young engineers or the young business people in railway markets to learn more and to collaborate each other for the future challenges. International collaborative studies are also quite preferable options under the EARC activities. I also personally would like to work together with experts in other countries to discuss together for international collaborations. If some establishments of railway database is possible, that could also very useful for many researchers. This kind of international railway database is very useful for understanding the position of each railway, and also if the other country's market the information is available, many companies can work together. Maybe sometimes governments work together how to integrate or to make harmonizations of a railway service with some more evidence-based. I think that these are the quite standard activities which have been proposed by many international organizations, but that is also the case even in EARCs. I hope various activities under the EARC will be implemented for establishing a better cooperation network amongst the peoples who are related to railway issues in East Asia. Conclusion. I'm sure that EARC has many advantages, both member countries and also international communities in East Asia and the world. And I'm sure many countries are interested in participating in EARC activities, including Japan. I strongly hope that the EARC enables the development of railways and to contribute to economic development and peace in the region through railways. Thank you very much for your listening. That is all from me.
Thank you very much, Professor, we just heard from the Japanese perspective. I hope that the forum is quite useful to all of you. Now we will hear about EARC and Mongolia, and Professor Kim Bora of Dankook University will present. And the professor is here in person, so please give her a big hand while she comes up to the stage. Yes, hello everyone. My name is Kim Bora from Dankook University. It is a great honor to participate in this prestigious forum. The title of my presentation is EARC and Mongolia. This is the table of contents. We'll first talk about why we need EARC and Mongolia, and action plans to make EARC a reality. So my presentation consists of 3 parts. First, case for EARC, why EARC is needed. So we can look at some of the characteristics of EARC. And based on the previous research on EARC centers around best effective use of railroads to promote mutual prosperity in Northeast Asia, to form an East Asia energy and economic community, to revitalize cooperation, and to build a multilateral peace and security system in Northeast Asia. EARC is also a consultative group between countries to promote economic exchanges and peace in East Asia through railways. As such, EARC is expected to serve as a specialized body that facilitates and promotes the use of railroads for regional prosperity and security, as rails play an important role in fostering relations and cooperation between countries. Also, now let us look at the importance of EARC to make a case for EARC. In the context of cooperation that focuses on railroad projects, EARC opens maritime routes to some participating countries while providing others with an opportunity to access the continent. Second, EARC participating countries have different levels of resources, manpower, and technological development. And EARC is thus an important platform for mutual exchange and collaboration of resources, people, and technology. And according to Dr. Nae-seung, a regional strategy that brings the Korean Peninsula new economic initiative to life is EARC, and this connects to China's BRT, Russia's new Eastern policy, and Mongolia's Prairie Road program. So given this context, EARC can encourage the development of the participating countries. And given this, we should make a case for EARC. Next, let us look at the relationship between EARC and Mongolia. And to do so, let us put this in context by looking at the perception of EARC in Mongolia. Mongolia wants Korea to propose cooperation with Mongolia in establishing the community. And in that sense, Mongolia supports and endorses the initiative. And Mongolia wants to build regional infrastructure. And Mongolia, as I said, supports the initiative as the country has no maritime route. And Mongolia and Korea should cooperate as part of the EARC initiative, and discussion should be made during the 4th ROC Mongolia intergovernmental meetings. Now, looking at the national development policies of Mongolia, EARC also holds significance. There is Vision 2050 and Basic Direction of Mongolia's 5-year development plan, the 2020-2040 Action Plan, the Mongolian Prairie Road Program, and National Railroad Transport policies are some of the national development policies that underscore the importance of rail network. So given this, Mongolia seeks to develop and build railroads for the following reasons: develop transportation and logistics industry as priority area, support regional and local development, build local railway network, enhance rail transit capacity, develop large-scale mines and export and processing of minerals, reduce the cost of transporting goods, and access maritime routes. And Mongolia seeks and plans various projects and tasks with respect to these. And number 3, Mongolia maintains a position of pushing related projects and tasks not only with the government budget, but also with foreign loans, domestic and foreign investment, public-private cooperation, and other financial resources. To this end, Mongolia is highly likely to place importance on EARC. Also, let us look at the trends of interregional economic and trade integration of Mongolia and the importance of EARC. Mongolia pursues regional economic and trade integration as indicated in Vision 2050, and Mongolia set regional cooperation targets as part of its economic goals in Vision 2050. So to pursue the details of the Vision 2050, Mongolia seeks to develop an economic corridor that passes through neighboring countries and enter into FTAs with China and Russia to participate in regional economic and trade integration, thereby rapidly increasing external economic relations between 2021 and 2030. So, to this end, Mongolia has plans for a number of tasks between the period of 2021 and 2030, and please refer to the table for that. As such, Mongolia is expected to attach importance to EARC by exploring ways to participate in regional economic and trade integration, pursue related tasks such as transportation and logistics business promotion, and develop comprehensive transportation and logistics network. Now, given the importance of EARC, we could look at this from the perspective of guaranteeing security in Northeast Asian region. So Mongolia has focused on establishing peace and security in Northeast Asia. There is this Mongolian saying that goes, "A duck is calm when the lake is calm," and this sums up Mongolia's broader foreign policy considerations in Northeast Asia. And Mongolia has advocated and held the Ulaanbaatar Dialogue since 2013 to secure peace and security in Northeast Asia. The dialogue aims to secure security in Northeast Asia through dialogues on traditional, non-traditional security issues, natural environment protection, infrastructure development, and energy connection. The major partner countries include DPRK, Korea, Russia, China, Japan, and the US. Now, as I said, the partners include DPRK, Korea, Russia, China, Japan, and the US. And what it wants to achieve is to promote win-win prosperity in Northeast Asia, form an energy and economic community in East Asia, and build a multilateral peace and security system in Northeast Asia through railway project co-led by the 6 countries that I just mentioned. Now, we could look at from the angle of the importance of EARC and Mongolia's major trading partners. Major trading partners include China, Russia, Korea, Japan, and the US. As of March 2021, exports to China, Russia, and Korea and the US accounted for 96.6% of Mongolia's total exports. And as of March 2021, imports from China, Russia, Korea, and the US accounted for 80.9% of Mongolia's total imports. Mongolia may attach importance to EARC in that the initiative encompasses Mongolia's major trading partners, and Mongolia does not have a maritime route, meaning that the country has to mainly trade with these countries by rail. And to date, first, a little research has been conducted on EARC in Mongolia. And this is to look at how we could reach consensus on EARC within Mongolia. As I said, so far, little research has been conducted on this project in Mongolia, so sufficient data is needed to reach consensus on the initiative. At the same time, we need to increase awareness of this project by conducting joint research and hosting meetings. Next, I would like to briefly talk about how we can highlight the relevance of EARC with respect to Mongolia's national development strategies. The purpose of EARC is to promote win-win prosperity in Northeast Asia, form an energy and economic community in East Asia, and build a multilateral peace and security system in Northeast Asia through railway projects. And given that the initiative is led by rail projects among participating countries, the following must be clarified: how the railroad development, construction, and modernization incorporated in Mongolia's national development policy will relate with EARC and highlight the interconnected elements. And Mongolia deals with railway development and construction issues from an integrated perspective, including mineral extraction, processing, transportation to ports, and export. In addition, transportation and logistics are designated and nurtured as a priority areas, and importance is placed on the use and construction of railroads to support regional development. And EARC needs to highlight how it is aligned with Mongolia's national development policy direction. In addition, EARC emphasizes the importance of Mongolia in terms of regional economy, should emphasize the importance of Mongolia in terms of regional economy, trade integration, trade relations with major trading partners. Number 3, EARC should make EARC more relevant to Mongolia's strategy to secure security in Northeast Asia. Mongolia wishes to contribute to building security in Northeast Asia through Ulaanbaatar dialogue and dialogues on traditional, non-traditional security issues, natural environment protection, infrastructure development, and energy. EARC focuses on railroad projects of the participating countries, and with this, it wishes to promote prosperity in Northeast East Asia and form an energy and economic bloc in East Asia and build a multilateral peace and security platform in Northeast Asia. So the plans and the dialogues have differences, but they share the same goal. So in that sense, EARC and Korea could discuss with Mongolia on this. And Mongolia pursues railway cooperation with Russia and China since the construction of the Trans-Mongolian Railway. And recently, the country focuses on cooperating in the railway sector with Russia and China as part of the China, Mongolia, and Russia Economic Corridor. Mongolia promoted rail transport improvement projects 1 and 2 as part of a concessional loan with Japan in the 1990s. It is also looking into possible railroad cooperation through the Mongolia-Japan Strategic Partnership Midterm Program. Mongolia cooperated with Korea in the construction of Tavan-Tolgoi Gashun-Sukhait Railway and have continued to cooperate, such as recently receiving technical advice on the Tavan-Tolgoi Zunbayan Railway development. In 2007, Mongolia negotiated with the U.S. to finance the modernization of the Mongolian Railway with $188.3 million, which is half of the $285 million grant from the U.S. Millennium Challenge account. In August 2020, Mongolian Minister of Road and Transport Development introduced Ambassador Michael Kleshevsky large-scale new railway projects being promoted in Mongolia's road transportation sector. So as such, Mongolia has experience of cooperation on railway projects with other countries. It has a need and history, and the cooperation on railroads could connect Mongolia to other countries. And by pursuing EARC, I believe that Mongolia could benefit very much in terms of its external relationship, and the project should emphasize and highlight such fact. Next, moving on to the action plans to bring EARC vision into reality. So it's to connect the inter-Korean rails. And EARC connects 5 countries in Northeast Asia. Japan and the US are connected via sea routes. And based on this, the initiative aims to promote co-prosperity in Northeast Asia, to build energy and economic blocks in East Asia, to promote cooperation, and to establish a Northeast Asia multilateral peace and security system. So Korea and the DPRK should be connected by rail, and this should be the precondition, as it is key to connect to other countries as well. And only with inter-Korean connection, then the initiative will become valid. Now, the second action plan is to receive proposals from the participating countries. Korea confirmed the willingness to participate in the project from Mongolia, Russia, and China. And Korea could consider receiving proposals about how the countries can cooperate on railroad projects as part of the EARC initiative, and that should be utmost priority. And this holds significance in that it can boost participation of more countries and to kickstart initiatives. So next, Korea should also kick off some pilot projects with the countries who expressed their intention to participate in EARC projects. And based on the proposals that the countries make, then Korea could cooperate with those countries first. And this will accelerate the progress of EARC and bring the initiative into reality. And it will be key in enhancing and increasing awareness and interest in the initiative. So this will be key going forward. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kim, for that presentation. Yes, so we heard 5 presentations, 5 local perspectives with respect to EARC. And now, before we move on to the next presentation, we would like to take a short break.
시청자분들께서는 지금 보고 계시는 화면에 퀴즈 관련 안내 문구가 다시 한번 송출될 예정입니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 저희는 오후 3시 20분에 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다.
We will be back at 3:20. Yes, welcome back to East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. Now we will hear the last presentation to hear another local perspective. This is the perspective of Korea. We have with us Director Lee Jae-hoon of EARC Forum, who will now present. Please give him a big hand.
반갑습니다.
Hello, everyone.
오늘 굉장히 중요한 행사에서 제가 발표를
I am extremely honored to be able to give a presentation for this auspicious occasion. So this forum is hosted by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, and this forum is actually an important start in advancing the East Asia Railway Community Initiative that was first put forward by the Korean government. And as it is a very important meeting and forum, I cannot stress enough how I'm honored to be here. So today I'm going to talk about the process behind the establishment of the EARC International Forum. So these are the contents of my presentation. So why do we need to have this international forum on East Asia Railway Community? And if we do have this international forum, how are we going to operate it is also an important factor. And last but not least, even though we have this forum established, it is very important to ensure its continuity. This is a very critical factor, and that is why I'm going to talk about how we can secure the sustainability of this international forum. First, the need for the EARC International Forum. So we are holding sessions from early morning today, and a lot of speakers introduced the concept of EARC. Let me repeat once again. So it was in 2018, President Moon Jae-in officially proposed this initiative. So it doesn't involve it involves two Koreas, but there are also other countries playing an important role in the East Asian region. US, China, Japan, and Russia and Mongolia should take part. So basically, it is to ease tensions in the region and to build peace in the region so that ultimately we can expand it into an economic community. And furthermore, we can develop it into a security cooperation community. So the vision of EARC is to seek a spatial integration so that we can cross borders freely. And if that is to become the reality, we can have daily trips in the region. And economically speaking, we can seek co-prosperity among the member countries in the region. If that becomes feasible, we'll be able to form the world's largest economic bloc. On the political front, up until now, there were tensions and conflicts. Let us now resolve these tensions and conflicts so that we can see co-prosperity and coexistence. So we should put aside or do away with the relations that are focused only on or driven by only one country. And we also expect to see a lot of cultural developments through EARC initiative. It will be able to link the maritime countries and continental countries so that we can create a new type of culture. And that was what was empathized by many. So after the official proposal by the Korean government, it has made a multifaceted efforts to make it feasible. So President gave an address regarding this initiative during the UN General Assembly address. And the Korean government has also implemented consultations with governments from China and Russia to explain about what it is and also ask for support. So it is thanks to all of these efforts that Prime Minister Li Keqiang in China actually expressed a positive official commitment to take part in this initiative. Not only China, but Russia and Mongolia, through transportation ministerial meeting, have expressed a very positive feedback and evaluation of the EARC initiative. And yet, despite all of this progress, East Asian region is still faced with a lot of challenges. So in implementing EARC, we're faced with a lot of restrictions and limitations, one of which is the North Korean factor. So the international sanctions against North Korea. As you may well know, in order for EARC to become a reality, we have to establish an inter-Korean railroad network. That is a prerequisite, precondition. But the sanctions against North Korea are ongoing. So even up until now, the South Korean government has actually worked to exempt the Inter-Korean Railroad Network project from the international community sanctions against North Korea, but to no avail. So, with these outstanding challenges, we have failed to meet the pre-requirement or precondition. And there's also the US and DPRK. There's no dialogue whatsoever between the two. After the failure in the recent summit talks, there's not been much progress. And with President Biden, new message was sent to the DPRK, but DPRK is not responsive. So in this situation, inter-Korean dialogue is also on a stalemate. There are lots of proposals made by the Korean government, and yet North Korea is not responding at all. So in this situation, what needs to be stressed the most is that there is an intensifying conflict between US and China. Recently, after the pandemic, the global supply chain has been restructured, but the underlying tension is who is going to seize the future technology? Who is going to have advantage over future technology is the key. So that is why it's making dialogue difficult, and there are also issues raised with the human rights. There are also questions raised over the human rights issue. So the political situation or dynamic in the East Asian region is making it difficult for all the relevant countries to get together and discuss. Because of these conditions and dynamic, we fail to create this kind of environment based on dialogue, and that is why we need to develop a new process. There are two options that we can explore. So, first is, are we going to maintain the status of EARC as an international organization? It is very difficult because all the relevant members need to give consent, need to agree. But given the conflicting situation in East Asia, it is very difficult to develop an international organization. So if we lower the level a little bit, we can think about developing an intergovernmental consultative body. But as I said, there are political conflicts that remain in the region, and that is why it is difficult to go ahead with this option. So that is why we thought about developing this kind of international forum where we can get together different stakeholders to discuss about what are the challenges and what are the action plans that we can take. So today's international forum does not require any consent from the member countries or relevant countries. So it is a platform for discussion. It's an open platform, and there are no legal restrictions in terms of participation. And that is why there is a need for this international forum. So what should be the nature and the role of this international forum? So it will be at the initiative of private experts. But since there is the word railroad in this EARC initiative, the railway operators, the construction companies, railway tech companies will take part in the international forum. Their participation is required. Furthermore, we also need assistance or participation from international corporations like World Bank or OSGD. So we can expect participation from experts of these organizations, and this is what we're proposing. So as for the private experts, they will not only involve experts from the railroad sector, but from the economic, political, diplomacy, and security sector as well. We believe that would be most appropriate. During the morning and also the afternoon session, as a lot of our experts said, the EARC is not just about railway or railroad. It should involve experts from security, diplomacy, and politics because the initiative is related with these fields. The issue cannot be addressed solely by railway experts. So as I said, when we're talking about private experts, we need diverse experts from diverse sectors, including the railway sector. And that is a very important pillar in implementing the EARC. And what kind of role will the international forum play? It will be a platform to listen to different insights from experts from different countries. In the morning, we heard cases from USA to Mongolia. Experts from different countries share the stance of a respective country, and we need to take into consideration these opinions. And it is the first time actually today that we're doing so. So during the East Asia Railway Community International Forum, we're going to listen attentively to all the proposals made by the participating companies and then transpose and reflect these recommendations onto the EARC initiative. So what are the future prospects for the international forum? Basically, the forum will consist of three major organizations, including, and there's going to be an overseas branch. And the overseas branch is required because EARC does not only involve Korea, it's also participated by other countries. So it is very important to embrace what they have to say. And that is why overseas branch should be established. and the head of local branch will be hired locally. So, first of all, let's look at the organizational structure. First of all, we need to have a steering committee. We also need a secretariat. And the secretariat will support the operations of the forum and will also support operations of overseas branch. So that's why secretariat is needed. And then there is the joint cooperation committee at the middle. In order for EARC to coordinate the synergistic developments of 7 countries, it is crucial that the experts from all of these countries can get together to discuss, and that will be the role of committee. So under the committee, there will be 6 committees with such character. So first, there will be a committee tasked to discuss railway policies, and the second focus will be on railway facilities, how to modernize the existing facilities and develop new lines. That will be the focus of the talk. And our Russian speaker before also talked about the kind of vision they have for the Russian railway. So it is the kind of area that requires a cooperation. And there's going to be a commission on railway transport system. For EARC to have an international nature, it has to go through a lot of borders, many borders. And in terms of crossing the borders, there are considerable number of challenges. For example, there could be delayed customs service. So there should be a committee tasked to discuss about the railway transport system. And then we have to promote the exchange and cooperation among railway personnel. And out of the 7 countries, the country that has a relatively more advantage, there are countries with relatively higher advantage and edge in terms of railway personnel, and those that do not have such edge. So it is very important to promote exchanges between the 2 groups. And in order to enhance the quality of EARC, securing the right talent and personnel is the key. So that is why there will be a dedicated committee. And last but not least, there are lots of industries that are related with railway, and there's going to be a committee to discuss these matters. A lot of people say that, the focus of EARC is too much reliant on railway, it's too much focused on railway, and a lot of people abroad are asking us this question. I think it is because there's a lack of communication and promotion. When a railway crosses many different areas or regions, there will be tourist destinations, and there will be also ports needed to support the railway network. We would also need logistics network. And around the railroad, we need to probably develop commercial regions or zones or districts. So this committee will be tasked to discuss all of these economic matters. So economic matters related with railway-related industries. So how are we going to implement our activities going forward is also another important question. We're going to formalize this international forum so that it will be held on a regular basis. That's the basic thing to do. And another basic thing to do is we have to hold local seminars in participating countries. We're not just talking about people getting together in Seoul and holding an event. I'm talking about the local members taking part or organizing local seminars to address the concerns and the requirements of the participating members. And we have to be able to promote that the EARC is in line with the member countries' policies, that it benefits the interest of membership countries. And we need a venue and a platform to discuss these items. And I would like to highlight the importance of such venue. While listening to the presentations today, I thought that I had to highlight this all the more. So Professor Kato from Japan said that there were some negative perceptions and skepticisms about this EARC in Japan. And one of that was because there are people who are concerned that opening up the railroad market to the world would have in turn a negative impact on the Japanese railway market. And that is why there are concerns over the EARC initiative and that there are people who are against this initiative. But actually, this initiative is not just about, opening up the railroad market. It's nothing to do with that. Korean railway operators will be able to go to Japan, and it's not about like going into Japanese market and developing Japanese railroads. It's about cooperation. So like Thales in EU, it's about developing something that will cross across different regions. And it's not structured in a way to have a negative impact on local market or local railway business. And that is why consultation is an important process in implementing EARC. So I just gave you an example of what Professor Kato said. So what are some of the projects that we need to implement? I truly believe that there should be joint studies done by experts from relevant countries. Given the conditions and environment in East Asian region, it is very difficult to now seek government-level consultation. So the experts' involvement would be much appreciated in terms of conducting joint studies. So as I mentioned about the structures of our committees, so it will be actually based on the topics or each of the committees. So first would be focused on railroad policy, and the second would be modernizing the railroad facilities. So it could be about modernization, but it can also be about investing in new lines. And 7 member countries, participating countries, can conduct joint studies in this area. And the third area of research could be improving railroad transportation system. For example, developing border crossing procedures, customs and transportation agreement, and so forth. And another area of research is improving technology, because the signal system, the communication and electric system are probably all different in different countries. So we can think about how to coordinate them and integrate them. And regarding railroad or railway personnel, we have to exchange experts and develop a training system to nurture talents. As for the last topic, economic cooperation on railway-related industries, I'm talking about developing industrial complexes, ports, logistics complexes, and tourism complexes and resources around the railway network. I believe that a joint study and research will be the key in institutionalizing the International Forum on EARC. So how will we be able to secure the continuity of this international forum? I would like to suggest a few solutions or options. We have to clearly define the characteristic and the goal of this forum. Because if we don't do that, that might cause misunderstanding among participating countries. As I said earlier on, the political and military dynamics in this region is very much based on conflicting interests. For example, there is the conflicting interest between the US and China. So there is the BRI in China and Indo-Pacific strategy in the US. So from the US perspective, they might think, is EARC part of BRI of China? And from China's perspective, if US takes part in this initiative, and if we were to connect a railway from Korea and to Europe, would that not maximize the interest of China and Russia? So that is why we have to be clear on the rules of every country, or rules of the international forum. So we have to seek mutual interest and common vision and common goal, and it is based on these elements that we have to initiate our discussions. So we should not be focused too much on one specific country. We have to seek mutual interest and benefits. And there are lots of projects related with railroad. And we have to make sure that the specific projects is not to be, this is not a venue to actually implement only railway-specific projects. As you may well know, Japan and the US do not run railway network in East Asia. So they might think that, this initiative has nothing to do with them. So as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, some countries are very reluctant to take part in this initiative because they have no stake here. So Japan and US, you can say that they are maritime countries. So we have to be able to discuss port as well, added to railroad, and that will be the role of the international forum. And we have to be very clear on that so that Japan and US will also take part. So once again, I would like to stress the fact that the topics that we will discuss at this international forum is, of course, railway, but also port and transportation and logistics. This is not just about improving relations with Russia. In implementing EARC, we also have to engage US and Japan as well. So that is why I am emphasizing this fact. And it is also important to reflect the interests and the stances of the participating countries. I talked about holding local seminars in local regions. The participating countries in the initiative, they may have a lot of expectations from this initiative, and there may be requirements from these countries. So the international forum should be able to reflect those requirements. So this international forum should not be led by one specific country. It should not be unilaterally influenced by one specific country, but it should be able to help or assist all participating members to voice their opinions on equal footing. In order for the international forum to become a regular forum, then we have to support the experts of participating countries, and their involvement and participation should be increased. The political and the military circumstances in the East Asian region is not very favorable, so We should be able to present or suggest some projects that can induce the participation of experts from different participating countries. And that is why we need to develop and operate joint research groups. So we have to think about gathering together experts and promoting their networks and also conducting joint studies. And I would like to emphasize the importance of joint research and joint study once again. And we need to be able to produce some substantial outcome through this international forum. We should not just stop at holding the forum, but we should be able to produce some output. There will be participation of many private experts, so it will provide a platform for a lot of discussion. But of course, government officials can take part. So during the international forum, we can maybe develop a consultative body or meeting in which different stakeholders can discuss different matters. And during this consultative meeting, we can maybe put the proposals of experts into concrete terms. And in order to have this kind of structure of producing outcome, what is also important is we have to not just stop at discussing different items, but we have to be able to derive a better outcome. And there would be many agenda items addressed. So the researchers from different participating countries should research these different agenda items, and then they can share the findings of their researches during the next international forum so that we can actually build a track record of different achievements and findings, and then that's going to have a ripple effect and scale-up effect. So it is with that in mind, I am suggesting this proposal. Of course, producing outcome is very important, but we have to have an operational structure to ensure its continuity. And in order to do that, we have to hold the forum on a regular basis, on a continued basis, like every year as an annual event. And in order to ensure the predictability of this forum, we should be able to hold it around the same time, like the first week of December or the second week of December. We can inform the dates in advance so that we can actually maximize the participation of many different stakeholders. So we can think about having a fixed date or similar date every year. Secondly, we have to produce or promote the outcome of the international forum. So promote it to government officials and private experts and experts of international organizations. Why do we need to share our outcome? Because we can share the developments of the EARC, and we can also let all of these stakeholders know what are the pending tasks regarding this initiative. And we can also let them know what kind of measures need to be taken in order to address these tasks. If all of this could be shared, then we'll be able to further promote the development and the growth of the region. So that is the key, sharing the results. And last but not least, in order to run an international forum, we have to secure enough funding. We can If we are to support like joint research group and hold international forum and support local branches, we need financial resources. So in terms of securing funding, it can be done through the Korean government. There is a need to get funding from the Korean government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director, for your presentation. So with that, we would like to begin a panel discussion with 4 presenters. And Professor Gu-ho will now moderate the session. And we will also have Mr. Ganbold with us. And as I said, Mr. will moderate. Yes, hello everyone. My name is Gu-ho. I'm professor at Hanyang University. Thank you for having me in this very prestigious conference. It's an honor to be here. So we don't have DPRK, but we heard from 6 different countries who provided us with insight about EARC and talked about the future tasks. And on August 15th, 2018, President Moon declared EARC, and it's been about 3 years since the declaration of the initiative. And some people say that we have yet to see tangible results. However, today's forum shows that we have kicked start the initiative. So I would like to thank KTI for arranging today's forum. So I think we have about an hour for the panel discussion. And we have 2 themes that I would like to discuss. First, we heard from different local perspectives. So to bring EARC into reality, how to reach consensus, and how to overcome obstacles and face challenges. That's number 1. And number 2 is, as Mr. Lee just said, for this EARC International Forum to evolve, what we need to do, what the forum needs to do to evolve into a sustainable forum. So that's the second question that I would like to pose to you. And Dr. Ganbold is head of UNESCAP, East and Northeast Asia office. You are here with us today. And Dr. Basanjav was actually ambassador of Mongolia to Korea for a very long time, so he has many friends in Korea and in Russia and the US, and Hofs were some of the places that he really have deep connection to. He has deep knowledge about Northeast Asia. So now UNESCAP is the organization that you had, and as you know, Transnational Railway, which it's 4 corridors that connect the Asian Railway. And given this, I would like to know your opinion about your perspective on EARC and any possible cooperation measures that you have in mind. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to be a part of this panel discussion, culminating a day-long of productive and enriching engagements on the East Asia Radio community. Thank you for the presentations on country perspectives on the envisaged directions for this multilateral railway initiative. Indeed, there are many points to reflect. Coming from the vantage of an institution like United Nations, ESCAP, we fully recognize the crucial role of multilateralism to move forward such a huge endeavor as community building, especially in anticipation of post-COVID recovery and rebounding of all economic activities on all fronts, including the railway transportation. However, it is indeed a journey, as the theme of the first forum highlights. And it is a journey that is neither easy nor straightforward. To this end, having listened to all the presenters, I would like to draw out several common points across all presentations, which in my perspective would help lay the groundwork to strongly anchor the process of achieving the East Asia Railway community. First, as resonated in several presentations, the strategic directions of the East Asia Railway community have to be aligned with national priorities and agenda in order to sustain momentum. Notwithstanding unwavering political commitment, strong linkages with national policies would generate broad-based buy-in from countries, which would in turn help guarantee progress towards the goal of community building. Second, prioritization is important. The roadmap is indeed long. Consolidating efforts to initiate concrete steps necessitates a focused approach. I note several presentations recognize the benefits to be gained from having a baseline of the current situation related to the railway sector in the sub-region through comprehensive assessment studies and research. This will help map out priority areas and initiatives that could be pursued at the onset. Third, several of session presenters also underscored that this initiative goes beyond the railway sector. In this regard, recognizing the key linkages beyond the railway sector merits an approach that is coordinated with these relevant sectors. This ensures that benefits are amplified and adverse external effects are minimized. This, in fact, resonates well with us from our end at ESCAP in pursuing our sub-regional work priority here in Northeast Asia on sustainable connectivity. As a case in point, given the vital synergies between transport and trade, we have pursued the promotion of strengthening cross-sectorial linkages between transport and trade facilitation, which are two key components of seamless connectivity. In its application to the railway sector in the context of cross-border operational connectivity, for instance, we are building on the national initiatives already being implemented by countries in the sub-region on a stronger interface between railway authorities and customs officials. This is happening in the area of electronic data exchange between these two entities to facilitate seamless transport of goods. The direction is to move this work forward by applying the interface across countries. Issues related to the railway sector and transport in general will be front and center in the upcoming fourth session of the Ministerial Conference on Transport on 14 to 17 December, which ESCAP is facilitating. I believe our transport authorities in the sub-region will be very much engaged, including in the envisaged adoption of the Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific, 2022-2026. Railway will be a key element in this regard. So let me conclude my observations by echoing what presenters have highlighted. Community building in the context of East Asia Railway community should not be disjoined from similar work by other entities. There is always strength in numbers. there are opportunities on collaboration on areas of mutual interest. And as I mentioned in my congratulatory remarks earlier today, ESCAP stands ready in our partnership to work with you all. Thank you. Back to you, moderator.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Dr. Basanjov. Thank you for that remark. Yes, so EARC should go beyond railways. It can expand to some economic initiatives as well and economic cooperation as well. So, as the previous speaker mentioned, as Mr. Kolosha said, we need to really work closely on different economic sectors as well. Now, before we lay out some tasks ahead of us, we heard from 6 different countries. And yes, the priority task for EARC is the geopolitical conflict in the region, to overcome that, and the competition between the US and China, and the competition between Russia and the US. And as the other speakers already mentioned, we need to overcome these conflicts first. And President Moon Jae-in, when he first laid out this community initiative, he wanted to engage the US. So not just the 6 East Asian countries, but he proposed an idea of a community that includes the US as well. So 7 countries in total. So of course, when cooperating with northern countries, the support and participation of the US is critical. And I think that's what President Moon mentioned and suggested. So I have a question to Professor Shin. You said a very important, you mentioned that this might be a part of BRI, that EARC might be part of BRI or maybe in conflict with the Indo-Pacific strategy of the US. That's what you mentioned. And many experts in Korea, given the competitive landscape between the US and China, are skeptical whether EARC may succeed. And they voice out concerns. And now, since you are from the US, from your perspective, do you think that the realization of EARC will be possible given the geopolitical landscape? And if yes, well, you said that Korea needs to make a choice to make sure that this initiative is not part of BRI or the Indo-Pacific strategy. And what is your plan for that? What is your proposal for that? So can I please ask for your input and insight? Professor Shin, are you with us? So he has not joined us for the panel discussion. I think that support of the US is quite important for EARC. It's a shame that Professor Shin left us. Then can I please ask Professor An for that? So to bring this vision of EARC into life, DPRK matters. So we need to find out whether DPRK is willing to cooperate and participate in this initiative. And Professor, you talked about DPRK being a factor to consider. And my understanding is that you provide many training and teaching on DPRK officials, and you researched this topic extensively. So can I please ask Professor An for this? I'm sure that you have extensive data for this. So what do you think about this? So how is DPRK viewing EARC? Do you see, is it likely that DPRK will participate in this community? And if so, how can we give a nudge to North Korea to increase their level of participation in East Asia Railway community? Can I please ask for your input?
Yes, hello again. I am Ang Guk-san. So North Korea, what is it thinking? How is it thinking about the EARC? We may not know. But not only for this kind of community, but there's also other kind of initiatives like Eurasia Incentive and also the New Northern Policy suggested by South Korea. Actually, if you look at all of these, then it seems like North Korea is not really actively opposing to these initiatives. I think that, if inter-Korean relations improve and get better, then we can actually get North Korea's buy-in for the railroad. And there was also projects for jointly developing like agricultural lands. I think these are very encouraging initiatives. So we're focused on like developing railway and port, but I think that what is more important is once the inter-Korean relations improve, naturally, it will be easier for us to implement other types of initiatives. So, for example, for railway, I mentioned about the Eurasia initiative suggested by the previous government and also the New Northern Policy of the current government. All of these initiatives need to get buy-in from North Korea. And there are some initiatives that absolutely need physical contact with North Korea. So, of course, as for air transport and flight, so we don't have to always go through North Korea. But if we are to develop railroad network, then we have to have contact with North Korea. We have to go through North Korea. So as part of implementing this initiative, we have to improve inter-Korean relations. And of course, the first thing is to resume talks with DPRK. But other than that, we also have to get buy-in from China and Russia. And there were also speakers from Mongolia. We have to get buy-in from Mongolia. So we're going to start off from the Korean Peninsula, and the railway network will advance towards the west. And eventually, the final destination will be Europe. And along the way, we'll pass through China and Russia. So that's the route that we envision. So primarily speaking, we have to resume talks with DPRK and improve inter-Korean relations. And if we cannot really improve our relations on our own, then we can get help from our neighboring countries. And there are many neighboring countries who have good relations with DPRK, so we can probably get help from them. So as Professor Lee said, everything should be mutually beneficial. So we are talking about a community here. So how we define community is very important. So East Asia Railway Community consists of 4 words, and here the railway is like the must. And then we have to then focus on the community and what kind of community we dream of. Community is a very higher level of solidarity, connection, going beyond the national interests. So it also involves, improving relations with other countries. All of these challenges need to be addressed in order for us to seek common interests. And of course, if things don't go well, then we also have to be held responsible. So we need to have an increased sense of responsibility if we are to develop a community. That is why we're talking about community with shared faith or shared future. And railway will be one of the means to achieve the community of shared vision. And so these are some of the efforts that need to be redoubled. Thank you very much, Professor An. Now, I would like to hear from Russia. So we have Dr. Holosha. So he is a world-renowned expert on infrastructure. And I have read a lot of his papers, and I've gotten a lot of help from his papers. So when it comes to EARC, so it's a communication based on railway, and of course, Russia's participation is very important. And Russia, up until now, has been very actively supporting this initiative, and we're very grateful for that. So I would like to ask a question about a way forward. So when EARC was first launched, many experts in East Asian region said, there is OSJD, there's GTI, the Greater Tumen Initiative. Then why do you have to develop this kind of initiative? Was the question that we got a lot. And although also Dr. Holoshev in his presentation talked about OSJD GTI's adjustments of interest. We need a coordination of cooperation and coordination of interest, is what you said in your presentation. So basically speaking, of course, EARC should collaborate with all of these other organizations. Theoretically, we can say that, but since you're an expert, OSJD and GTI and EARC, what kind of cooperation can we seek going forward? And what should be adjusted in terms of our functions and roles? What should be adjusted? We would like to hear your insights on this matter. So, Dr. Holosha, I would like to turn it over to you to get your answer. Thank you very much for that good question. So what I would like to say is that I am not a political scientist. I am an expert on logistics and transportation. So I've always asked myself this question: what does logistics mean for humanity? There is a proverb in Russia: every road leads to a holy place. I, in the beginning, understood it as something very direct. So there was a holy place, and I thought that there was a holy place, a holy palace, and then there is the road. But actually, I came to realize that the road was the first. There was a nice road, and then there was a nice temple or nice building. So that is why road or the route is all the more important than anything else. So what I understood when studying logistics was that logistics has a very unique characteristic. So all of this distrust does not exist in logistics, meaning that we always have to cooperate in the logistics sector. And that is why many countries around the world, whether it is in East Asia or other parts of the world, they all have their unique way of thinking logistics. But as for Russia, regarding this matter, does not consider all of these initiatives as something that is conflicting and that has discrepancy. We want to try to put together all of these initiatives and harmonize these initiatives so that we can generate synergies. And regarding railway, we need a lot of capacity as well as skills. So we need an independent forum to address these issues so that we can promote exchanges and cooperation among different experts. I have been involved with GTI for a long time. And some of the speakers said that we did not have a lot of substantial outcome from GTS, but I do not agree. I am certain that we have achieved some practical outcome. We have built trust within the GTI countries. We came to learn a lot from the experts of GTI countries. So what this means is that we have laid the foundation to derive good outcome, good foundings. So in order to benefit everybody, we need to have like-minded players and actors. And if we can actually accumulate the knowledge and expertise of the experts, we'll be able to amply do the coordination or adjustment work. So that is why I believe that EARC will also be another success. And in order to develop a railway network within the region, we need trust. We need to build trust. And in that sense, I truly agree that the EARC promotes cooperation in the region. I support this idea. We need to address the issue of mistrust. We have to build a trust so that we can open up a new future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Holisha, for your comments. Actually, in implementing or in pursuing EARC, what's very difficult, the difficult part of getting buy-in is from the US and Japan. And Professor Kato today from Tokyo University actually gave us a very practical presentation. And we learned a lot from your presentation because you talked about it also from the business perspective. I believe that he had other engagements, so he could not take part in the panel discussions. But so we were not able to get observations from the US and Japan. So as a moderator, I find that a little bit regretful. But we can hear from Mongolia. So Professor Kim gave a presentation, and a lot of you, by her name, Kim Bora, and she speaks very fluent Korean. So you probably thought she's Korean while listening to her presentation, but actually Bora Kim is Mongolian. She speaks much better Korean than me. And while listening to her presentation, I could get a lot of insight. Especially, there were some practical insights that we could draw. So in order for EARC to succeed, we have to identify first the cooperative projects of priority for each and every country. And she actually suggested this, and I thought that was very practical. So I would like to ask the following question. So Mongolia, if it takes part in this initiative, what is this cooperative project that interests Mongolia the most? As for Mongolia, so it wants to improve the customs process. So a project that would improve or facilitate the customs process, I think that would interest Mongolia. And there is a Shanshan Industrial Complex development project that would interest Mongolia. Mongolia would like to participate in a project of developing Shanshan Industrial Complex when it is proposed by South Korean government. And we can actually develop this project in line with railroad or railway network as well. So I think that if that kind of project is suggested, then Mongolia would be very willing to take part. And not only that, and the Trans-Mongolian Railroad. Along this railroad, there is a talk about developing livestock industry, industrial complex. So if the Korean government suggests developing livestock industrial complex along the TMGR, I think that Mongolia would be very much willing to take part. So regarding the railway development project, Mongolia focuses on two things. One is the TMGR. So the customs logistics or transport through TMGR. And the second is to develop like heavy industry complexes and livestock industry complexes along the TMGR so that we can diversify our economic structure. So these are two projects or two priorities that Mongolia is focused on. And if we are offered to cooperate in these projects, I think that Mongolia would be willing to take part.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So we conduct research, and research tells us that TMGR investment return is quite high, and Taban Tolgoi resource development is also another project that can contribute to further development of this project. You talked about the heavy industrial complex and livestock complex of Sushan, so thank you very much for that idea. Thank you. Now, let us hear from the Korean side. As you know, Dr. Lee is the best expert in railways in Korea and has dedicated his entire career over several decades to developing cooperation in railway projects. So our success really relies on you. This might be a sensitive question. It might be a tricky question, but I really ask for your answer. In fact, this EARC is there is this perception that this is the policy of Moon Jae-in administration only. So now, when we move on to the next administration, maybe we might lose momentum for EARC. And we have many concerns over that. As an expert in railways, to make this EARC sustainable, regardless of the changes of hands, what conditions should we create and what efforts should we make? And will that be feasible? I know that this is a tough question, but I ask for your expertise. Well, I will just give you my personal opinion. And EARC cooperation is likely to continue regardless of the changing administrations. So even if the next administration inaugurates, inter-country and international railway cooperation will continue. However, the name might change, and that might be subject to controversy. President Moon proposed this terminology of East Asia Railway Community, but as the moderator said, people have this perception that this is Moon Jae-in president's plan. However, well, I think that the name itself is not so bad. The Korean government, in sending a message to the international community, I think that it was the first time that it used the terminology community when making proposals to the international community, and I want this name to survive. But there are many experts and people wanting to change the name. And if we had to change the name, as I said before, then maybe the name could hint at or suggest the engagement of the US and China. So to make it more comprehensive, for instance, cooperation of logistics and ports and the shipping in East Asia, maybe? Yes. Actually, Professor Shin proposed two ideas. And he said, well, the name should include Japan and the US. And ports and roads should be encompassed. So the name should hint at roads and ports and roads. So what about complex logistics network of Asia Pacific? Because it can include TIR and roads and ports and so on and logistics. So maybe that can be an alternative. Yes, and I also have a question to Professor An. Yes, to Professor An. Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, I hear you well. Now, EARC should become a reality, and we need to overcome tasks to achieve that goal. And in Korea, we are exploring different ways to achieve this. And one of that is to maybe have Beijing or Yeongil serve as regions that the train will traverse, and maybe we can have a pilot project to do so, to connect Korea and Japan through Yeongil and Beijing and up to North Korea. And since China has closer ties to DPRK, do you think that Korea and China could possibly work on such a joint project? And even if they do you think that we will be able to connect the rail to North Korea? So I would like to ask your opinion on this. I know it's a very difficult question, but please. But to the best of my knowledge, well, technology-wise, it's not a problem because, China and the DPRK do not have different track gauges, and the same goes for Korea. So that's not a problem, but we need to look at the political landscape. And as I said, be it ports or be it rails, then if we were to connect the two Koreas, then the inter-Korean relations should be improved as a precondition. And in that process, during my presentation, I also said that, I also talked about the US-China conflict. And of course, that's quite important because we need to tackle that conflict before we want to make progress. However, the Northeast Asia experts, if we were to look back on the past 10 years of history, then what I want to say is that, of course, for now we have sanctions on North Korea. And before, of course, now the sanction level is high, but even before, we've always had sanctions towards North Korea. So this is not new. And in fact, the sanctions on North Korea and the US-China relationship, is that the actual cause that caused difficulty of this EARC? I would like to ask that question. So is this the culprit? So what I want to say here is that the sanctions, it has been here in place for about 5 to 6 years. The US-China conflict have been with us for about a couple of years. What about prior to that? we cooperated for a very long time. And at the time, we had this multinational vision. We had this grand vision. However, it did not work. And at the time, it failed not because of the conflict between the US and China or the sanctions to North Korea. So now, I think that the essence here, we have to look at the essential problems that lie in Northeast Asia itself and East Asia itself. So we cannot blame other regions for this. So now, be it the conflict between China and the US or North Korea's nuke problems, those are just problems on the surface. We have to really identify the culprits. And what are the root causes of the challenges? And as I said, well, Northeast Asia is a very small region. However, the economic potential is huge because it is home to many powerhouses. And be it land size or population, of course, the size and may be small. However, it has huge potential, as I said. But we see intertwined conflicts of interest in this region. So to untangle such conflict of interest, we have to identify the root cause of these problems to be able to solve the problem together and move on to the future. So you talked about connecting to North Korea. But I personally think that, of course, DPRK should be included in the end. But we can also connect to North Korea via sea tunnels that pass through Japan. And that can also be an option. So as I said, well, technology or technical issues are not a matter here. So we have to have a future-oriented perspective. We have to include Japan. We cannot exclude Japan. So we have to include Japan, and there are some historical conflicts between Korea and Japan. But we first need to propose a vision so that we can thaw the tensions in the region. Anyways, we need to have a larger perspective and try to identify and understand what DPRK wants as well. So I hope I answered your question. Yes, thank you very much for that, Professor An. So now I have a question to Mr. Holosha. So I want to ask you this question, two questions in fact. So first of all, when you presented, you pointed out a very important message. So there is this Najin project and Najin Hassan project. I think the same goes for that as well. But for instance, I would like to talk about the freight load. So the outgoing freight volume is quite high, but the same does not go for the inbound one. So there's this problem, and you also talked about the Hasan-Barfnovsky line, and we need to reconstruct the line, reconnect the line, but that hasn't been complete yet. So Najin Hassan line is not subject to sanctions from the UN. So if Korea was to re-engage in the project, then maybe we can recover this project and restore the project. So from a logistics expert's point of view, this Najin Hassan project's economic feasibility or the obstacles to restoring the line, could you please share your thoughts on these two? So that was my first question. Yes, thank you very much for that question. You said that you had two questions, but first you asked one question, but in fact you asked two questions. So Primorsky 1, Primorsky 2, so they are some of the key corridors so that connects the Tuman River. And now it's a part of GTI. Now recently, because of the pandemic, this transport corridor model, of course, they have many benefits, but in a way, they are outdated. And we were able to feel that. So now transport corridors should be looked as some transport routes, and we needed to focus more on creating a seamless transport network. And it taught us that. In other words, so it shouldn't be an artery corridor, but it has to be considered as a line to create a seamless transport network. So now, given the circumstances and conditions, we need to be flexible. And we were able to learn that from the pandemic. And about Najin Hassan, now, of course, it's not part of the sanctions list, but there is no transport volume because of the goods and supplies subject to sanctions. So if we were to seek change, then I do not think that sanctions is a way to trigger behavioral change, because this type of format is not positive, is by no means positive. Sanctions are negative. It will just halt and suspend the activities, and it will regress. So if I had the power, I think that I would have lifted the sanctions, and I would help DPRK so that the residents can enjoy normal economy. So sanctions are no ways a good means.
Thank you very much. So before moving on to the International Forum Cooperation, I would like to ask one more question to Professor An, and then ask questions about cooperating on International Forum. Professor An, are you there? I think that there's a connection issue, so I'd like to ask a question to Professor Bora Kim. Maybe it's a specific question. So if the International Forum is launched, there were many suggestions made. Government to government cooperation is important, but government to think tank cooperation is also important. So I would like to seek your specific advice. So for example, with which think tank in Mongolia or with which organization in Mongolia can we cooperate together? And you also mentioned about Ulaanbaatar dialogue. I think you mentioned about it in the presentation. So Ulaanbaatar dialogue covers a vast number of topics, is what I know. So specifically speaking, do you believe that, East Asia Railway Community can also become a topic of discussion at the Ulaanbaatar dialogue? I would like to answer the first question. There is Mongolian Railroad Corporation, so it's a state-run corporation. and it aims to develop a railroad network in Mongolia. So I think that we can look forward to cooperating with the Mongolian Railroad Corporation. And there is Mongolian Strategic Institute, and there is Mongolia Science Academy, International Cooperation Institute, and these two last institutions actually conduct researches on promoting cooperation. So I think that cooperation with the two last institutions will be also of interest to Korea. And you also asked a question about Ulaanbaatar dialogue. What I said in my presentation was that when it comes to building a consensus on EARC, I believe that we can leverage Ulaanbaatar dialogue, because Ulaanbaatar dialogue is held by Mongolia, and I think that it will serve as a good platform to build a consensus on this East Asia Railway Community initiative, so that we can be on the same page. And I think that we can leverage the dialogue to send the message to the Mongolian government and to seek consensus on the EARC initiative. So it is with that in mind that I propose leveraging this platform. So Ulaanbaatar So it was actually not about, putting the EARC initiative as an agenda to Ulaanbaatar dialogue. And I would like to now turn it over to Ambassador Basanjov for one question. I'm sure that we can look forward to some useful insight from you, since you're working in an international organization. So how, if we are to continue the East Asia Railway Community International Forum, what should we take into consideration, and what should be the role of this international forum? What is a task that needs to be done by our forum? So can you give us some insights and advice as to how we can further develop the forum? Thank you.
Yeah, so this forum certainly ambitious in terms of the goal and achievement, but making it more functional. So from our perspective as a United Nations Economic Social Commission, that promoting the regional economic integration in Asia and the Pacific. So I would envisage the forum could incorporate multiple channel of discussion, and which should be also cross-sectorial and cross-cutting. So railway community should incorporate the different the elements, including the economic corridors, transport corridors. So and as far as the ESCAP concerns, so we directly engage in the facilitating dialogue and expert meeting and research and capacity building to support, for example, the economic corridor among China, Russia, and Mongolia, so which is a part of this East Asia railway community. So connecting South Asia, East Asia, and so through this forum, so we will be really look forward to seeing the dialogue on multiple fronts among experts and also the government officials and certainly institutions, and including also international institutions, the funding institutions, the funding bodies. So it should incorporate the dialogue of everybody in all the interested in the organization, institutions who has a stake in developing this regional integration around this very important the transport line across this Asia, Northeast Asia. Thank you.
예, 대사님.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your insight. I think we're nearing almost the end of our panel discussion. If you look at a lot of research findings, out of all the infrastructure, railway contributes greatly to promoting economic value compared to other transportation modes. And geographically speaking, Northeast Asia needs to ease tensions and develop cooperation, but we do lack mechanism to address all of these challenges. So in this situation, I think that there is a lot of demand for railroad as infrastructure in this region. Of course, railway projects require a lot of time for development, and a lot of speakers mentioned about how it's a long journey, but we have to be patient. And we have to make sure that this initiative comes to reality. A lot of efforts are required, and we need to build a certain level of consensus among our participants or participating countries. And I hope that today's forum served to build a certain level of consensus. So I would like to thank all the participants for taking part from early morning, offline as well as online. Thank you so much for your participation. And I would like to also thank the organizer for putting together such a wonderful venue today. So with that, I would like to wrap up the official program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, speakers and panelists, for your participation. This officially brings an end to the East Asia Railway Community International Forum 2021. And I am sure your valuable insights will contribute in taking one step closer to prosperity and peace in Northeast Asia through the East Asian Railway Community. Thank you very much for staying with us until the end. Please return safe home and stay healthy. This has been Kim Se-jin. Thank you very much.